All right, we'll get things started. Call to order the Plan Commission meeting of Monday, March 17th, 2025. Please rise. Start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Secretaries, please take roll.
Dave Franz.
Present.
Andrew Cossack.
Present.
Nick Plopper.
Present.
Josh Fedor.
Present.
Kendrick Davis.
Present.
Jim Hurst.
Present.
Brad Johnson.
Here.
All right, we have a full panel today. In your packet was a set of the February minutes. Is there any comments, additions, deletions to those minutes? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed by nay. Minutes are approved. We have a withdrawal request, docket number 2025-11 DPA, Union Woodlands Developer LLC, Tim Walter, Union Woodlands Mounting and Pathway, 11589 East, 200 South, Zionsville. Development plan amendment for the addition of mounding and single pathway rather than two sidewalks being in the rural single and two-family residential R3 and rural general agricultural AG districts.
Yep, the developer had submitted for a development plan amendment, and then when staff was going through that review, they asked a question, and I said that'll be a primary plat amendment, and they said, okay, let's do a primary plat amendment. So I said, okay, let's do both of these at once. So we're asking just to continue that development plan amendment so it can be heard next month with a primary plat amendment.
Okay. Is the petitioner, if they want to make a comment, are they here or? Nope, okay. All right, any discussion on this matter? So is there a motion to continue this matter to the April 21st, 2025 meeting?
I move we continue docket 2025-11-DPA to the April 21st meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed by nay. That motion also carries. It'll be next month. We are going to change the order a little bit. We've got what we think will be some pretty straightforward items on the docket that we're going to go ahead and take care of up front. So under new business, that's 2025-01 PPA, Jordan Dickerson Primary Plat Amendment, 6325 South, 275 East, Lebanon. Primary Plat Amendment of only Lot 2 of the J. Marshall Minor Plat, secondary plat being in the Rural General Agricultural AG District. A deferral for the installation of a required pathway along County Road 275 East is requested. Roger?
Thank you. As mentioned, this is a primary plat amendment. On the screen in front of you, if we could pull up my screen, please. Is a location map showing that the site is on the east side of County Road 275 East, and it lies just north of 650 South and south of 600 South. Going to zoom in a little bit tighter so you can see that the site is improved with the residents. This is actually part of a 3-lot plat that has been recorded. The 3 lots were this one, and this one. Again, this is a zoning map showing that the property is zoned ag as well as the properties all surrounding the site. This is the original plat that was recorded and approved a number of years ago, and again, it shows the 3 lots, Lot 1, Lot 2, Lot 3. The request is only to amend Lot 2 and specifically the rear setback and drainage easement on the east side of the property. What was recorded was a 40-foot wide drainage easement. That same easement did show up on all 3 lots, but the current owner of parcel number 2, Jordan Dickerson, is looking to reduce that setback area from 40 feet down to 15. And I'm going to load this up a little bit more to show what is being proposed. when this was originally approved, again, it showed a 40-foot rear setback. Staff believes that the rear setback was intended to conform to the 40-foot buffer yard requirements of the zoning ordinance. Staff interprets the buffer yard standard as intended to be applicable to non-residential lots that border residential lots. Therefore, the 40-foot setback was incorrectly applied to that plat. Furthermore, the building setback standards are properly determined by the zoning district and not a subdivision plat. The recorded 40-foot wide rear yard setback exceeds the ordinance required 5-foot rear setback for accessory structures in the rural AG district. The town's Department of Public Works has stated that a drainage easement with a width of 15 feet would be acceptable. The petition is also requesting a deferral for the installation of the required pathway along County Road 275 East. This approval was included and noted on the recorded plat. The requested deferral associated with this current petition would only continue that previously approved deferral. As a matter of interest, at this morning's town council meeting, the town council did approve an encroachment into this said drainage easement, this very easement which they are seeking to reduce from 40 down to 15. To formally establish this new setback, the petitioner still seeks approval of this primary plat amendment. Staff supports the deferral of the required pathway. Staff also supports the primary plat amendment. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
All right, is the petitioner present? If so, do they have anything they'd like to add? No? Okay. Is there anybody in the public who'd like to comment on this matter? You guys must be here for something else. All right, I'll open it up to any members of the Planning Commission. Any comments, questions on this one? If not, can we have some motions?
Sure. I move to approve a deferral for the installation of a required pathway along County Road 275 East as requested and noted on the filed plat Exhibit 5.
For a second.
Second.
Any further discussion? Mike, would you please take roll?
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
David Franz.
Aye.
Kendrick Davis.
Aye.
Andrew Kosek.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Nick Plopper.
Aye.
All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Next on the docket, we'll jump to,
We got one more here.
Got another motion.
Mr. President.
this is my mistake. Let's go.
I move that docket number 2025-01-PPA, a primary plat amendment of only lot number 2 of the J. Marshall minor plat, secondary plat, being in the rural general agricultural district, be approved based on the findings in the staff report, staff recommendation, and findings of fact as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Mike, would you please take roll?
I'm sorry, who was the second on that? Okay, Nick.
Nick.
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Nick Plopper.
Aye.
David Franz.
Aye.
Kendrick Davis.
Aye.
Andrew Kosek.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Aye.
All right, motion carries 7-0. Now we're done. Thank you. We're going to jump to 2025-07 MP, Mike and Tara Aguirre minor plat, 11194 East 100, Sheridan, Indiana. Minor subdivision of 15.6 acres into 2 residential lots being in the rural general agricultural AG district. A deferral for the installation of a required pathway along County Road 100 North is requested. Who's taking, Owen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
So our site location is 11194 East, 100 North, Sheridan, Indiana. Subject site is located on the north side of East 100 North and approximately 552 feet east of the intersection with North 1100 East. There is a companion petition of 2025-02 SE, which is a special exception pursuant to 194.082 to provide for a 2-lot minor residential subdivision in the general agricultural zoning district. This was approved at the regular meeting of the BZA on 3/5/2025. The site is zoned rural general agricultural. as is everything else around it in the sea of green. North is a farmstead. East is an undeveloped forested land. Across East 100 North South, farmland and undeveloped land. And west, farmland and single-family residential home. Topics of interest, there is stormwater and drainage, outstanding comments. Nothing that would prevent you from approving this tonight. There is, this is the comments from DPW. So waiver deferral, the petitioner is requesting a waiver or deferral of the required sidewalk installation. Staff does not support a waiver, but does support a deferral. If a deferral is granted, the petitioner also seeks a waiver of the bonding requirement. Staff is supportive of this request. The petitioner has provided language in the plat that dedicates regarding future installation of the required perimeter pathways. Staff's recommendation: conditional approval of the submitted development plan subject to the following conditions. Resolution of all items noted within comment letters, exhibits 4A in the staff report.
All right, thank you. Is the petitioner present? Would they like to comment? Please state your name and address.
Commission members, my name is Paul Carroll, address 13 North State Street, Greenfield, Indiana. I represent the petitioners Mike and Tara Aguirre, who are in the audience. If there are any questions, I'm glad to respond to them. No comments. Staff, as usual, stole my thunder. We believe it's consistent with the comprehensive plan and appropriate to approve. We have withdrawn the request for waiver of the sidewalk and are agreeable with staff's recommended approval of the deferral of the sidewalk as well as the waiver of the bond. But unless there are any other questions, I'll let you get back to more interesting stuff here tonight.
All right, okay, thanks. Is there anybody in the public who'd like to comment on this matter? All right, I'll open it up to the Planning Commission. Any comments, discussion on this one? If not, there'll be 3 motions on this one to waive the sidewalk, waive the bond, and then the petition itself.
Point of clarification, I heard Paul say that they withdrew the waiver request. Is that correct?
Yeah, so they are agreeable to the deferral.
For two votes, is that right?
Still 3.
Well, you got the
Still three?
deferral of the
3 now.
pathway and then deferral of the bond,
Oh, okay.
so still 3.
All right.
Well, if we're ready for motions, I'll jump back in. I move that the requested deferral of the installation of required perimeter pathways be approved as presented and discussed in the staff report.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second was
Nick.
Any further discussion? Mike, would you please take roll?
Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Andrew Cossack.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Kendrick Davis.
Aye.
David Franz.
Aye.
That's all.
All right, the motion,
You didn't actually take my vote, Mr.
Jim,
Bill.
oh, excuse me.
well, you made
Aye.
the motion, so he assumes you voted yes.
And Jim Hirsch is an aye.
All right,
Thank
so that is approved. Now we need a resolution for the deferral of the performance bond, or waiver of the performance bond.
I move that the requested waiver of the requirement to provide a performance bond or letter of credit when deferring the installation of perimeter pathways be approved as presented and discussed in the staff report.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second is
Right here.
Josh.
No, no. You guys are fighting for seconds. Any further discussion? Mike, would you please take roll?
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
David Franz.
Aye.
Kendrick Davis.
Aye.
Andrew Cossack.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Nick Plopper.
Aye.
All right, that motion also is approved. And then a motion on the subdivision itself.
I'll finish this out, I guess. I move that docket 2025-07-MP, approval of a minor residential subdivision dividing approximately 15.06 acres into two single-family lots in the Rural General Agricultural AG District be approved based on the findings in the staff report, submitted findings of fact, and staff recommendations, subject to resolution of any outstanding Department of Public Works comments as presented and discussed Exhibit 4A. These items shall be resolved prior to approval and recording of secondary plat.
Is there a second?
Aye.
Any further discussion? Mike, would you please take roll again?
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Nick Plopper.
Aye.
Andrew Cossack.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Kendrick Davis.
Aye.
And David Franz.
Aye, that motion is also approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last one to jump ahead is docket number 2025-08 DPA, Town of Zionsville Parks and Recreation Board, Heritage Trail Park, Hoop House, 4050 South 875 Street, Zionsville, Indiana. Development Plan Amendment for a public greenhouse at the Heritage Trail Park being in the rural, single-family residential R1 district. Owen, you got this one?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Site address is 4050 South 875 East. Subject site is located on the southwest corner of South 875 East and East 400 South, and is currently the northernmost trailhead of the Zionsville portions of the Big Four Rail Trail. Site is zoned rural single-family residential, R1. It's bordered on the north with single-family residential subdivision Devonshire. East, single-family residential subdivision The Preserve at Spring Knoll. South, town-owned property zoned rural RG, or AG. And west, single-family residence and power substation for Wabash Power. There are no topics of interest. Staff supports approval of the submitted development plan amendment.
All right. Thank you. Is the, would you want to speak? No? Okay, all right, sounds good. Is there anybody in the public like to comment on this matter? Being none, is there a motion on this matter? Or further, any discussion, questions from the Plan Commission? Let's ask that first. Being none, is there a motion?
I move that docket number 2025-08-DPA, a development plan amendment to allow for the installation of a public greenhouse at Heritage Trail Park in the rural single-family residential R1 district be approved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further
Andrew?
discussion? All right, Mike, would you please take roll?
Kendrick Davis.
Aye.
Andrew Cossack.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Nick Plopper.
Aye.
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
David Franz.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. So, all right, let's get on to the continued business from last month. Docket number 2024-550Z, Pittman Partners Reserve at Union Woodlands PUD rezoning, 11201 and 10801 East 200 South and 2475 South US 421, Zionsville. Rezoning of 147.4 plus minus acres from the Rural General Agricultural AG District to the Planned Unit Development PUD District for a mixed-use development including single-family, townhomes, and commercial uses. Roger, you got this?
Yes, sir. Try to give somewhat of an abbreviated presentation since we covered a lot of this last month, but for general purposes, I will recover some ground. On the screen in front of you is the site location, showing that the site is bordered on the north by County Road 200 South, on the west by Michigan Road or US 421. To the south, it is bordered by Countrywood Subdivision, and then off to the east, the proposed Union Woodlands Residential Subdivision and a future park area. The subject site itself is entirely currently zoned AG, Rural Agricultural. Portion of the rural US 421 or Michigan Road overlay currently goes across the frontage of the site, but as the PUD is written, this would not be applicable to the proposed development. To the, again, to the north and to the west and a portion of the south, all the adjacent ground is zoned ag. Off to the southeast, we have R2, yeah, R2, and then also off to the east, R3 and ag again. This is the updated use block plan that has been submitted by the petitioner since the last meeting. The revised PUD would permit up to 204 single-family homes. Previous number was 284, and up to 150 townhomes. The PUD would also permit up to 20,000 total square feet of retail and service uses along Michigan Road. The PUD would be divided into the following 4 use blocks. The estate residential use block, which is this pink area, has been enlarged and would consist entirely of residential uses located in single and 2 and 3-story homes. No more than 151 residences would be permitted in this use block. The minimum lot area within this block would be 10,000 square feet.
Roger,
Yes.
we've got the wrong picture up there, so. it's-
Okay, can you change it over to my screen, please? Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
Then I'm not going to go back very far, but just a little bit. Again, this is the new concept plan or new use block plan that has been submitted. There are now 4 use blocks. There had been 5. The first use block is the estate residential use block, this area. Again, no more than 151 residences would be permitted in this use block. Minimum lot area within this block would be 10,000 square feet. The second area, which I'll refer to this as TAN, is the center common use block. Permitted uses within this block will also be single-family dwellings and other uses as set forth in the PUD's use table. No more than 53 residences would be permitted in this use block. Minimum lot area within this block would be 7,400 square feet. The Michigan Road use block, which is a combination of this blue area and this pink area, is comprised of a commercial use block and a townhome block. Permitted uses would include a variety of housing options, including assisted living, independent living, and townhouses, together with neighborhood commercial, professional office uses, and retail uses in single-story and multi-story buildings as authorized in the PUD's use table. This is the only use block where townhomes would be permitted, and townhomes would be permitted in both sub-areas. The last use block is this small green area in the heart. This block reserves approximately 5.6 acres of wooded green space. This block is not intended for any type of development activity, but rather is intended to remain undisturbed green space. The petitioner has submitted commitments for the development of an off-site, almost 49-acre public park, which is located in this area. This public park is not a part of the real estate involved in the PUD rezoning, but again, the petitioner has submitted commitments for its development. The commitments have been updated since the January meeting to include 2 additional items. One is that they are now committing to rental limitations applicable to the single-family lots within the PUD. So that would be the estate lots and this area, and I'm presuming, I didn't ask this, the townhomes as well? Okay, thank you. And the second item that has been added to the commitments is that the developer is going to provide a payment to the Boone County Highway Department for, quote, the required improvement of County Road 200 South equal in value to the direct cost of reconstructing such roadway to the 1/2 right-of-way line for the length of the roadway that adjoins the real estate. Topics of interest as you consider this rezoning. Indiana Code states that you need to give reasonable regard to the following 5 items. 1 is the comprehensive plan. 2 is current conditions and the character of current structures and uses in the district. 3, the most desirable use for which the land in each district is adapted. 4, the conservation of property values throughout the jurisdiction. And 5, responsible development and growth. The comprehensive plan, we went through in great detail last meeting, where this area specifically is under somewhat the jurisdiction of the Airport Area Strategic Land Use Plan, which was adopted in January of '22. This is kind of a subset of the overall comp plan, but it is what is applicable to this site. The airport plan consists of, includes mapping such, this is the future land use map for the area, and it identifies agritourism and mixed-use campus housing district. This darker green area is the mixed-use housing where the townhomes would be located, and the rest of the site where the single family is to be located would fall under the recommendation of the agritourism agricultural district. Also within the airport plan is a residential compatibility map that is on the screen in front of you. In this map, it divides the area into tiers, Tier 1 through Tier 4, where it either strongly discourages any residential or even prohibits it in Tier 1. Tier 2 is strongly discouraged. Tier 3 suggests a limitation of housing types, and Tier 4 does not have any concerns about residential development. The subject site spans into Tiers 2 and 3. The petitioner, in discussing the comprehensive plan, petitioner did submit a memo to staff bringing to light an inconsistency or a conflict within the airport plan when overlaying these two exhibits, Exhibit 4A and 4B of the staff report. This memo points out that that an area less ripe for residential development, but still within Tier 2 and Tier 3 zones, is encouraged to be developed for residential uses. And if that's the case, then there is still all the more reason that properties immediately adjacent to the residential development and equipped with utilities should be regarded in like fashion. Again, as we go back to the site plan, what is being focused upon is we've already do have existing residential here. We've got existing residential here. We have residential that is being proposed at this location. But when you overlay those two comp plan maps, the petitioner is saying that there's a conflict, because if you look at this map, which is the proposed future land use map, specifically this area just north of 32 calls for mixed density residential or transition district. But yet when you overlay the compatibility map on top of that, again, we're talking about this area where on the previous map it calls for calls for the mixed density transitional district. That area is also under Tier 2 and Tier 3. So that is something obviously you want to explore a little bit more with the petitioner. Again, the largest difference in the submittal from what is being considered tonight than what was presented in January is the reduction of number of units. The density for the project has changed. The gross density dropped from 2.94 units per acre down to 2.4 units per acre. However, that density of 2.4 units per acre would still be higher than any other existing or recently approved residential subdivision in the area. With that, I will stop and be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Petitioner?
Thank you, Roger. Hello and good evening. For the record, my name's Steve Pittman. I'm with Pittman Partners. I'm here to discuss and represent our proposed project, the reserve at Union Woodlands. This presentation tonight, I'll tag team with Matt Price, our legal counsel. I'm gonna try to skim through pretty quick the early part of this presentation, because what I want to do is just kind of get you back up to date of where we left off, and then what we've done, and so I will try not to belabor too much where we were. This was the previous site plan that we had proposed, which had, you know, the townhomes in the front, and it had the 50-foot wide lots that we had alleys. That some people thought were a little too urban. We had 60-foot wide lots around it, then we went up to the estate area. You can see we're adjacent to Union Woodlands and Brookhaven, and of course you see the park. Some of the things that people were critical of on this plan, they didn't like the size of the lots, the 50s and the 60s. They also did not like the fact that the backs of some lots were facing the roadway, and they wanted us to do something similar to what Brookhaven had done down at 300, and they did what's called a frontage place ordinance. So from that road, you would only see the fronts of houses. So I'll show you later kind of how we did that. This is just the block plan of the same thing, and how we're showing the townhomes in the front, which is in the campus housing area that the staff supports what we're proposing to do there. Then the single-family detached, where we showed a density of, I think you said 2.94 on that. And then, so that's where we were. And this document right here, I think, was the one that everybody was kind of staring at. And they said, okay, you look at the area in blue, and that's an area you're proposing townhomes and some commercial at 4.2 units per acre. And staff felt like that was appropriate per the comp plan. And one thing I want to point out about that, I'm not aware of any townhome project that has a density that is that low. Typically, you're going to see townhomes from 8 to 10 units per acre. We knew that density was concerned, so we made it extremely low. In fact, you guys are going to be listening to 2 development plan proposals later tonight on townhomes, and one is over 11 units per acre, and the other one's over 7 units per acre, 11.22 and 7.6. So even though that they're saying that they're supportive of that, it is extremely low. Then you go back to the area where we were showing 284 houses. The density on that was 2.4 units the acre, and we kind of looked at, you know, Brookhaven, and we said, okay, that's 1.6 units the acre. Then the intensity of the development went up with Union Woodlands at 1.83, and then we kind of felt like the density could go up from there as we're getting closer to the airport and interacting with 421. It seemed like that transition was appropriate. But we heard everybody loud and clear that people didn't think that was an appropriate development or appropriate density, and would we relook at that? And that's what we've done. So we came up with this new plan, and once again, you got the townhomes in the front. That hasn't changed. And the whole area to the north, where we only a portion of that was 80-footers, and then we had the 50-footers with alleys. We decided to take that entire area and make that entire area estate homes. So those are all 80-foot wide lots. When I say 80 foot, a minimum of 80 foot. We'll obviously reserve the right to make those lots larger if we want to. You can also see that we created a frontage place ordinance. So we're only one side of the road is being utilized with housing. So the fronts of the houses will look out. You'll have, you know, really nice entryway, landscaping, buffering. And then what Roger pointed out too is another major thing that we did there was we only have one point of ingress and egress. Boone County requested that we do that, and that we would align that so it was directly across from 1100 East. And I think that was, besides the frontage place that a lot of the neighbors we talked to wanted, also the they also wanted less curb cuts, and so that's what we've tried to do to accommodate that. This is basically that same plan again. We're just showing it to you in block format. So once again, the area up north, that was originally 284 houses. It's down to 204, all the single-family detached. So we lost, on the very north end, we lost 70, and then in the area that Roger called the tan area, we lost 10 lots there, so 70 and 10. And the thinking of making those interior lots taken from 60 to 70 was to be more consistent with Union Woodlands. And also, if people had a problem with density or smaller lots, our smaller lots were on the interior of our development that nobody's going to interact with unless you live in that neighborhood, unless you choose to live there and buy a home. Which this brings us to, I think, probably the new document that all of us were staring last time. And so I think, the way that Roger presents the density, I would have liked him to present it differently. I don't get to make that choice. But I would have liked to talk about the density in the front of 4.2. And if you concur with the planning staff that what we're proposing there in campus housing is accurate, then you start looking at the area behind it by itself, and you're saying, okay, that's 1.75 units the acre. So that transition goes from 1.6 of Brookhaven up to 1.83 at Union Woodlands, and then tapers down to 1.75. The housing up there, before I was saying would start at 750 and go over $1 million. It's probably now going to start at 800 and go over $1 million. And then the housing in that middle part, in the 70-foot wide lots, those are probably going to be 650 to 850. I guess to summarize, we've reduced the lot count. We've lost 80 lots, which is significant. Increased lot sizes and widths. Put in additional pathways. We eliminated entryway off of County Road 200 South. We aligned it with 1100 East. Homes along the north perimeter will only face 200 South, and we put in rental restrictions. Once again, 284 lots down to 204. Lot widths were 80s, 60s, and 50s. They're now 80 and 70. Single-family unit per acre density was 2.44. Now we're down to 1.75. And you can see that we're very much in line with Union Woodlands and Brookhaven of 1.83 and 1.6. I'll just add before handing off to Matt, we had 2 meetings. We met with, there's 2 groups that were formed, Friends of 200 South, and Anna Shapaw, who's sitting over here, was nice enough to organize a meeting that I could meet with those folks. We met up at the retail development on 300 and 421, where Bob Harris did a real nice development, and they have a group retail outfit there called Aspasia that was nice enough to let us use their place. And I think we had a nice meeting. I think that it was very professional. I think there were some things that we accomplished that they could feel good about. But ultimately, we see the world differently in terms of density. They felt that they would like us to get down to 1 unit per acre, and that was just something that, economically, there's just no way you could do that and make that work. We also had a Zoom call with the group called Save Rural Zionsville, and another professional meeting, and I appreciated their time. They wanted us to have basically 1 unit per 2 acres. So they felt if we're 147, I think they felt 74 lots, 73 lots was the appropriate number. So, we weren't able to, accommodate, what they wanted as well. When I've talked with them in the past, I've told them, I said, hey, I agree with what you're trying to do on the west side of 421. That's a rural estate area that's developing out as that. It's not undeveloped, it's developing as a rural estate area. And then you go to the other side of 421. I said, I don't see that as a rural area. You look at south of 32 and east of 421 and the airport and all the things that are happening there. In this area that's being called out to be ag, I guess it'll only be ag if you don't ever let something happen. And a number of the farmers that I've talked to, they've told me like no one's ever called them to inquire about buying land from them so they can do an agritourism or an agribusiness operation on their land. People are wanting utilities and they're wanting to do development. That being said, I'm going to turn this over to Matt, and you can talk a little bit about the airport.
Thank you, Steve. For the record, my name is Matt Price. I'm attorney for Mr. Pittman, and appreciate the opportunity to address you tonight. Steve asked me to address some of the questions and points related to the airport study, and I think Roger gave a very nice overview, but I wanted to highlight just a couple of points that he made just to make sure we're all kind of on the same sheet of music with regard to the airport study, which is a complex document and has a lot of detail associated with it. And first off, I just wanted to address a couple of items, which are that the project is overlaid by two separate tiers that cover our project. And those tiers describe basically in general terms what permissible activities can occur within the subject tiers. And the Michigan road use blocks, which are the tiers that permit the commercial and townhomes, those are what are known as the Tier 3 zone. And as the staff report has indicated, the proposal has been found to be consistent with the land uses identified in that Tier 3 zone. So, for example, a mixed campus housing district is what's described, and the townhomes at the density that we're proposing has been found to be acceptable and consistent with that, and we're appreciative of that finding in the staff report. With regard to the remainder of the property that's covered by the single-family use blocks, that falls under a category called Tier 2. And in some places in the airport study, it's stated that single-family residential development is discouraged within that tier. As we pointed out, and I think it was really first observed by individual Plan Commission members, as you may recall, the Plan Commission spent, I think, nearly a year reviewing the airport study when it was first brought forward. And so it was studied in great detail, and it has some, I wouldn't call them necessarily inconsistencies, but certainly some places where what's permitted or contemplated under a Tier 2 zone is different in one place than in another. And it's not clear exactly why that is. And so what we noted was that there's an area of land north of State Road 32 that's in a Tier 2 zone that specifically encourages single-family development. And what we simply posited in our memo to the staff, and which Roger summarized, which is that we think that properties that are in the same tier should be treated similarly, that there shouldn't be disparate treatment between and among parcels that are within the same tier. And we think that the best argument for that is that to do otherwise would result in arbitrary and capricious type treatment among similarly situated properties. And let me explain a little further why we think that makes sense in this particular instance. This shows an exhibit from the airport study and shows some of the other developments that are hashed out in red that are nearby. And as this exhibit points out, no part of the reserve at Union Woodlands is in the overflight area for the airport, which is what this exhibit depicts. And then what this exhibit depicts is that no part of our proposal is within the runway protection zone. It's not within the approach surface, and it's not within the runway extension area for the airport. It's completely removed from all of the overflight restrictions that are otherwise applicable to other parcels that are in the vicinity of the airport. And so we believe that what the Tier 2 distinction or identification is really drawing the reviewer's attention to is that these are areas where there could be some noise sensitivity to a particular proposal. And so that's why in our submittal, we have added specific noise dampening standards for all residential dwellings in the subdivision. And that is set forth in the architectural standards in Exhibit 9 to our proposal. And we think that is the most textured reading of the airport study, a close reading of the airport study. It isn't simply a prohibition on residential dwelling, but rather it's about achieving appropriate mitigation and addressing potential practical concerns that have to do with locating dwellings in proximity to an airport, but not within areas that involve the approach surface runway extensions or runway protection areas. And so for those reasons, we do not believe the airport study should be read to preclude or prevent an otherwise quality development that is consistent with the surrounding character and planned uses, most chiefly the surrounding residential developments that influence the development of this parcel itself. And that brings us to the conclusion of our presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions that you have and appreciate the opportunity to address you this evening. Thank you.
Matt, before you leave, Roger referenced 150 townhomes, and your presentation references 126. Which one is it?
The 150 is the overall cap. What we requested the ability to do was to, the area that we refer to as the Michigan Road townhouse use block, in that sub-area, we're contemplating only 126 townhomes in that area. If townhomes were also to go into the area that's for commercial uses, it'd be another 24. So that's the slight variation between 126 and 150. The overall cap for the proposal is 150 through that entire, both of those sub-areas.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that before we
Thank you for that opportunity.
had any questions or comments from the public. All right, so we went through a long, open hearing last month. We asked the petitioner to review and make some changes. The comments that the public should limit themselves to is really what they've brought forward tonight. Everything that you said last week, or last 2 months ago, is on the record. We all remember it well. So I'd ask that, to try to keep this thing moving. Stick to the new comments or new facts that were presented by the petitioner. So at this time, I'll ask members of the public, if you have any comments, please step forward.
All right. Good evening. Hello again. Sam Sachs, Airport Director at the Indianapolis Executive Airport, 11329 East State Road 32, Zionsville, Indiana. So I know we have a long line of people, and I don't want to hit too much on anything that was said on last month, or 2 months ago, like you talked about, but I do want to rebut a couple of comments that were made previously. So first, there was a comment made about how we only come up here and oppose because we have to. And it is true that Section 21 of our FAA grant assurances do require us to come here. Let me rephrase that. Not necessarily to come here, but to rebuke development that is not considered like kind with the airport. However, it's relatively rare for myself and Bill, our board president, to actually show up and sit here for hours on end to actually discuss things. And we only do that when we actually feel that there is a need to do that from a safety perspective. So the comment was made just a minute ago that this neighborhood is not in the overflight area of the airport. And I'm telling you that is 100% completely incorrect. This area is directly underneath the base turn for runway 36, which is our primary runway at the airport. The base turn is an area where the aircraft are flying low, they are flying slow, they have their landing gear down, and they're turning towards the runway. I discussed this 2 months ago, so I don't want to hit on it too hard, but since then, I have to bring up the fact that there was an American Airlines aircraft that crashed, unfortunately, into the Potomac River just about a month ago. That aircraft was on a left base into the runway at that airport, essentially doing the same maneuver that aircraft would be doing over this neighborhood. That incident, the silver lining there was that it was over the Potomac River, and the aircraft went down and went into the water. That same incident at our airport, knock on wood, seriously, but that same incident over this proposed neighborhood would be right over this pink area right here. It would go down into the neighborhood, and it would take out homes. There's no way it's not hitting homes in that design. We are here not because we are concerned about operations for the airport. The aircraft will continue to fly into and depart the airport, 40,000 operations a year. They'll continue to happen. What we're concerned about are the people on the ground, are the citizens of Zionsville. And we want to keep the area around the airport where these aircraft are doing these low and slow maneuvers as clear as possible. Because heaven forbid, if something does go wrong, something does happen, we want there to be a field underneath where that happens and not 209 single-family homes full of families. Any questions for me before I hand it off to Mr. Fry?
No?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I specifically want to, I'm Bill Fry, I'm president of the Hamilton County Airport Authority, representing Indy Exec Airport at 11329 East State Road 32 in Zionsville. I want to address the letter the petitioner sent to staff, and I think, believe that a lot of information was misrepresented in that letter. First, her statement, the airport plan does encourage new residences in Tier 2 areas is totally
A
incorrect.
little bit closer to the mic.
I said the statement that the airport plan does encourage new residents in the Tier 2 area is totally incorrect. The study, if you look at the study, it defines land use compatible with an airport, and then it specifically talks about developmental, residential development compatibilities. So there may be parts where the underlying land or a large portion of the underlying land, such as the Tier 3, which he mentioned in the north part of the State Road 32, north of State Road 32. But the tier is designed specifically for residential construction and to minimize the impact of residences on the airport and vice versa. So he makes a lot of reference to Chapter 8 in the study, which talks about the mixed-use residential transition district, which is that area just north of 32. He talks a lot about what the study says about that area, but neglects to say that in that same chapter, it specifically says undeveloped areas in the flight plan south of 200 South should remain agricultural and open space. And those are areas that are in Tier 2. We discuss in the report on page 9, discusses residential development compatibility and states, the plan has established 4 tiers of residential development intensity around the airport. The plan discourages all residential in areas closest to the airport and which could be mostly impacted by flight paths and operations in the airport. In the second tier, there's some existing residential that should remain but not be expanded. So the statement that we condone residential in Tier 2 is totally incorrect. Additionally, on page 79 of the study report, states that residential uses can be considered around the airport, but the type of residential is highly dependent on its location, which again is the concept behind the tiers. The tiers are an overlay on the land use plan, which are specifically geared towards residential construction near the airport. The residential compatibility map, which is that overlay, which is where the tiers are, further refines and restricts residential development due to proximity to the airport, regardless of the broader land use of the classification of the underlying area. I'm going to skip over a lot of stuff because we're taking a lot of time. I would say that unfortunately on the map, there is one slight error, and that is on the north section there where it shows Tier 3. The map maker should have drawn that line at the borderline between the airport district and that mixed-use district, but for some reason it's over and nobody saw that before. But regardless of that error, the text and the findings of the study are consistent. They're clear. Do not support residential construction in any Tier 2 areas, regardless of the broader land use recommendations of the underlying area. I would also like to point out that the petitioner also makes reference to Union Woodlands, and that, well, since Union Woodlands is there, they should be able to build their facility there as well. I'll point out that in the page 8 of the study, of the land use study, there's a statement that says, since the rough draft of the document was published, the Zionsville Plan Commission has approved a proposed development in the flight path south of the airport. Although this development was not desired at this site, the Plan Commission has no legal grounds to reject the development proposal since it had the required zoning. That area was already zoned residential. Approval of this development is a unique situation and is not intended to set a precedent. The goal remains that development in overflight areas should be prohibited. So with that, I will relinquish to the next person in line. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hi. My name is Christy Wright. I live at 9301 East 180 South. Thank you all for your service to our community. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Save Rural Zionsville, and we respectfully ask you, the Plan Commission, to deny this petition. The density is still 4.8 times greater than what current zoning would allow. The petition is significantly out of compliance with the comprehensive plan. We question why the Plan Commission would allow development in an area that's been identified in the adopted Indy Executive Airport Plan as Tier 2 because of its safety, the safety risk it poses. You've heard substantial public input about the negative impact on the surrounding properties and community, and a second unfavorable staff report speaks for itself. You've heard and read these comments a lot over the past few months, so let me offer a different piece of information for your consideration. For decades, the typical argument for development says we must have some high-density residential, multifamily, commercial, and industrial development to provide tax dollars to offset the cost for providing services to low-density residential. At a February land use subcommittee meeting for the comprehensive plan, the town's consultant, HWC, shared the high-level results of a new fiscal impact study for Zionsville. They told the subcommittee Zionsville is in a position to, quote, manage growth on its own terms. They further stated that, according to their model, Zionsville is a unicorn, saying that our town is in the unique position that just about every type of development will pay for itself. Given the study results, HWC said the new comprehensive plan will need to determine the land use mix that will perpetuate this community being a great place to live for the next 20 years and which will be sustainable into the future. Zionsville is not under the type of excessive economic pressure that would force it to be reactionary and accept any development proposal that walks in the door, including this one. SRZ's great hope is that the new comprehensive plan will identify a growth trajectory that enables this community to thrive into the future, preserving what's special while enabling the appropriate growth it needs to succeed. And we're pleased to be part of that process. In the meantime, Zionsville's leaders should not feel pressured to accept this petition, which will reshape a section of rural Zionsville, erasing underlying zoning in favor of a PUD that will end up sacrificing assets the community has identified as important to protect. Thank you.
All right. No, I'm just going to make a comment.
Oh, okay.
Just to let you know, the Plan Commission is making a recommendation to the Town Council. The Town Council will make a final determination of approval or denial of this, PUD ordinance. So that's one thing. Two, I let that go, but let's try to stick to the commentary related to what was presented by the petitioner tonight. Okay? Thank you.
Can I just ask one clarifying question? So the favorable or unfavorable recommendation that the Plan Commission makes, what criteria does the Plan Commission use to make that recommendation?
I mean, it was explained by Roger, but it's the 5 factors that, we need to consider: comprehensive plan, current condition, most desirable, property value, property values, conservancy, and then reasonable development.
Okay, that's very good. I just want to make sure, because I appreciate what you're saying and completely understand that, and we've been, experiencing, we've had this experience, but I also don't want to, I hope that you are not underappreciating the impact of the Plan Commission's actions that you take here and the impact that it makes with the Town Council.
Understand.
Thank you. Thank you for an opportunity to share, and thank you, as she had shared, thank you for your service to the town of Zionsville. I'm sure you don't look forward to these meetings from time to time. So for the record, my name is Chris Henry. I live at 2316 South US Highway 421 here in Zionsville, directly across from 21 to 25 townhomes, 3 stories high. So you can get a sense I care. I'm just going to focus on some numbers here. A lot of things have already been covered, and I will follow your lead and not reiterate some things that may have been said the last time around. Obviously, 2.4 units per acre in this development, 3 times the density of, and then this is a new plan. We'll speak to the new numbers. 2.4 units per acre, 3 times the nearest
recently approved in Bradley Ridge. Bradley Ridge, 0.83, this at 2.4, and leveraging 150 townhomes to get to that density. But I did want to revisit the mixed-use campus district as was spoken about, 150 units. If you go to the airport study, and I'll read directly from it, on the mixed-use campus, there's been some reference to that, the ability to develop in that space. It clearly says, I should have been a little better prepared here, it clearly identifies that in that space you can only have, that the recommendation is intended to be low-rise attached campus-style housing. And in the description it says, because of the proximity of this district to the airport, and since this area is subject to regular overflight, single-family attached residential development should be discouraged. A limited number of two-story structures may be considered where lower ground elevations near US 421 would permit their development without exceeding the heights of other structures. So clearly 3 stories is too high based upon the airport study. That's the recommendation, and it does take precedence as far as the overlay district is concerned. One thing we haven't really spoken about is the number. This petition has been presented as a entry-level home. This will provide entry-level homes for folks to get into Zionsville. Beautiful concept. What's the problem with that? The General Assembly is doing everything in their power to drive property taxes down right now. How will that impact our local school district and the funding of our local schools? Yet to be determined. But if we use 1.5 children per home, it's going to add 531 students to the Zionsville School District. That, while the General Assembly is trying to save us property tax dollars, seems like a difficult thing. The thing that most clearly, in my mind, speaks to the density problem that we have is this, that in the estate section, if you look at, in the petition, in the estate section, the minimum physical separation between homes, not setbacks, we got to be clear about that. It's the physical separation between homes in the estate section where the homes are identified to be over $1 million is 20 feet of physical separation. That's about the distance from me and Mr. Franz. In the center core, and wait a second, I got to go back to that. 20 feet of physical separation. If there's a side load garage in the estate section, you can have the minimum now is 15 feet. So 20 to 15 with a side load garage. The center section clearly states, the petition says the physical separation minimum can be 10 feet. That's from me to Mr. Hurst. So if we don't believe that this project is too dense, just think about the physical separations between structures. We've got some other numbers problems, and I'll try to be brief. The amount of green space, we've got this block here in the center. It's too low to build on. Let's make it green. Let's call it green space. It's 3.7% of the total project. We've also, I don't know if Zionsville's got a uniform development ordinance. We need one. We need a workshopping process to support this staff. But I would tell you, I just went through a PUD process in the city of Westfield. The number of trees required in the buffering areas is twice as many as, so the number is 7. The number of trees required per 100 lineal feet that this petition supports is 4 shade and 3 ornamental. For 100 feet, 7 trees. This is going to be just, it's just going to be inappropriate. We need some work on that UDO. I've only got 3 more numbers. We did meet with Mr. Pittman. We did recommend 147 single-family homes leveraging R1. Obviously, the planning staff has had an opinion on this. Here's the number that I am most passionate about, 0. This project does not provide anything to the town of Zionsville, in my opinion. There's no value to this project to the town of Zionsville. This project does not contribute to the unique culture that the town of Zionsville has created, that I've enjoyed for 31 years. It is a consumer of the culture that we have all created. So I don't see a benefit. I like Mr. Pittman. I respect his desire to develop in Zionsville. Who wouldn't want to? But this is the first step down a slippery slope. This is a I'm sorry if you're from Whitestown, this is a Whitestown project. This is not a Zionsville project. We need to do the right thing. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Terry Borman. I live at 2714 South, 1200 East, and along with my neighbor Bill Thompson, who lives at 2550 South, 1200 East. We're just here to clarify a few items with regard to the sewer service for this development. I'll keep it brief, as well as to talk about concerns for stormwater management for the area. Just to restate, there is no sewer infrastructure to the proposed PUD. The proposed sewer route cuts across my property, Mr. Thompson's property, and other neighboring properties. In my case, it's approximately 600 feet long and 30 to 40 feet wide and destroys mature woodlands.
Can I hold on for a second?
Yep.
This is, you stated all of this last month.
Okay. Can I just,
Well, let me,
okay, I'm
I've got
sorry.
to say something else, is that the sewers, it really is not, we cannot make a decision or anything on utilities. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Coe? So while I appreciate your concerns about the sewer, that is beyond our purview when we make decisions. You know, as one of the things that they've got to do is they have to, if when they do development, they've got to make sure there's adequate sewer. That's on them to develop that. This is, it's not ours. It's not something we can control or we can make a determination on. I don't have to hear, look, I'm sorry. We heard her, she's been here in front of us 3 or 4 times at the previous ones. We know that it's going to cut through properties and all that stuff. We tried to work with the, utilities, get them to commit to things. We've heard her many times. And
I'm happy to talk about stormwater instead, which has not been discussed for this project. Is that acceptable to you for me to talk about?
This was not a new topic that they discussed tonight.
It's in the staff report.
Okay, go ahead. What do you have on the stormwater?
Okay. The staff report notes the developer anticipates that the drainage system for the reserve will tie into the Union Woodlands development to the east and Fishback Creek to handle the stormwater for the entire project. Fishback Creek is not in this area, so I think they need to look at that. My question is, does the stormwater drain into the dry retention ponds in the Union Woodland development? Those ponds were already at or near capacity. And if we're going to now start having a large portion of the acreage for the, it's also noted that a large portion of the acreage for the reserve at Union Woodlands currently drains to the southwest, not the southeast. If yet more acreage is forced to drain to the southeast, areas to the south of Union Woodlands where the dry retention ponds drain will be significantly impacted by the large increase of stormwater, and flooding to our properties could occur. And then there is groundwater. It should also be noted that the property owners on 200 South and surrounding areas already experience significant issues with standing water on our properties, even with the farm tile installed throughout. I'm not aware of anyone on 200 South having a basement. They're all on crawl spaces and have water issues. In particular, one home that was built in 1993 was told by the builder that they could not have a basement or a slab due to the high water table in the area, and that home had to be built on a crawl space. Despite having a French drain and a sump pump, that crawl space developed mold, which was discovered when they started having respiratory issues. They ended up spending $15,000 to mitigate mold, install a second sump pump, and encapsulate the crawl space. In fact, with the start of the Union Woodlands development, it is my understanding that the developer has incurred additional costs due to dealing with excess groundwater. It was stated from a TRICO engineer that ground borings are showing groundwater less than 10 feet from the surface, and that this area of the county has a high groundwater table, and other neighborhoods in the area have had issues dealing with it. It's my belief that the handling of stormwater and groundwater is a significant impediment to development in this area and should not be taken lightly. We are requesting that the Plan Commission give this proposal an unfavorable recommendation to the Zionsville Town Council.
All right, thank you. If you want to speak, you have to microphone, name and address, please.
My name is Bill Thompson. I live at 2550 South, 1200 East, just north of Terry. I understand from the sewer issue, but the impact that this is going to have in terms of that sewer is that they are going to take our land by eminent domain. No, you throw up your hand.
I can't, look, this is beyond our view. We can't do
we
anything
totally,
about utility.
we totally understand it's beyond your view.
Well, then what? Okay. Sorry.
Because if this is approved, which is not beyond your view,
No, that is the town's final decision. The utilities is a subject that we cannot control. The proper time to discuss that is when we, is with the developer, with the utility company. I mean, we can't
The
control it.
utility company has said,
We can't control it.
we'll take it under consideration, would you?
Actually,
Because
we cannot consider it in our decisions. I mean, I just asked him, we cannot consider it. That's their responsibility to make sure utilities are brought to this, if they get.
well, and they're on the board of the
Look,
utility.
I'm going to ask you, I appreciate your attempt at a comment, but I'm going to have to ask you to please step aside.
I will.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. It's critical that our neighbors have an opportunity to talk to the points that Mr. Pittman has made in his presentation. I will directly do that. And actually, I would have included more if I knew what all he was going to say. My name is Michelle Gross Stark. I'm here with my husband, Ken Stark. We live on 15 acres at 11920 East 200 South, directly on 200, directly east of the airport runway. Directly in the area that Mr. Pittman indicated, there are no estate homes, or he does not see that. So I want to talk about that comment that Mr. Pittman made today about no estate homes, or not seeing the estates that are in the area, and how this isn't that much different than what's in the area. And for me, I'm a visual person. First, I'll add, that comment is about as true as the comment he made last time in here saying no airplanes fly over that land. So keep that in mind. We are talking truth, we are talking data, and I'd like to show you that. First of all, here's our current rural lifestyle. These are some of the examples. I would have included many more of the estates that are east of this property, but these are some of the estates that we have in the area. All of these homes are currently residing on 200, directly at the intersection of 1200. These are right in the area that we're talking about. These are estate homes. These are homesteads that include farms. If you look at your upper left-hand corner, this is one of the original farmsteads in the area. What a great story on this one. A family trust recently bought it, subdivided it into 3. A father now lives on the property with his 2 daughters and their families, raising grandkids, having cows. You can see in the bottom left corner there, a chicken right by the road, common occurrence. Next to that, directly catty corner of that, is another estate property. You can see right there we've got Honey, Bessie, and Willie in the pasture. And directly behind that estate is another proper estate in the area that has horses, is a rescue for foster dogs, has honeybees, goats. The 2 homes on the right are to indicate, look at our vast greenland. Most of these properties bale hay. Most of these properties are either a business, an LLC, or a hobby farm. This is what the area you're impacting with this decision today. If you look at the upper right-hand corner, this is some of our highest density. It's not very close, not near like we were talking about the 15 and 20 feet between homes. And actually, these 2 homes were brothers that bought it and were construction, and they built them close, separated by a pond, because they wanted to be in close proximity of one another. I'm a visual person. My husband's a number person. So what we did is we ran a study. We took the GIS data. Everything you see in red there is 1100, 1200, and 200. The direct area we're talking about in this PUD. The PUD would wrap around that range of Zionsville to the south. So I took every land tract, my husband did, I shouldn't take credit, I'm sorry, honey. He took every land tract in that area, and we ran some numbers on it. Because it's one thing to say, there's no rural in Zionsville. This won't have any problem blending in with the area. It absolutely does, and here's the numbers to back our data. If you look at this, our minimum 1 house per lot is 1 acre. That's our minimum. Our maximum is 50. Our median is 3.5 acres per homestead, with an average being 15 acres per homestead. Look at that graph. It says everything you need to know. 94.5% of the tracts in that red area I identified are greater than 1 acre. Whole lot different than 2.4 of what we're talking about. So there is no way anyone with a proper mind can sit here and say this will blend with the area and this is appropriate for the area. Of all those tracts, 80.5% include a barn or a large outbuilding structure for a business that is ag-related or similar along that line, truly using the ag justification as what it is. So let's talk about current state. We have a farm that is no longer a farm. It's a story of what once was. This is what we don't want happening in our area. We have a woodland that is no longer a woodland. These had trees greater than 100 years old. You can see this. We have wetlands in the area. This has been decimated. Look at your bottom right-hand corner. Those are massive piles of mulch due to the size of the trees that has been eliminated. And it's not only in the area to make an airport buffer zone, it's deep within to the woodland property. And if you look at the current proposal by Pittman Properties, there is no woodlands in that except a wet swamp area that they did not feel was beneficial to build. So I ask that we stop what I call the development mullet. You know what I mean, business in the front, residential in the back. It does not belong in our unique rural Zionsville. Absolutely does not belong. I will give Mr. Pittman credit. He did take one opportunity, just so he could say he could listen to us, and he added front-facing houses to 200. That one aspect is similar to what we have, but I would say the 80-foot lot size is nowhere close to what we have. So in summary, I urge you to have the courage, to have the confidence to keep this property as ag tourism. There are proven successes of this in the area. If you look directly across on the west side of 200, we have Watch Us Farm. Who isn't proud to have that in the area where they've received massive grants from IU Health to give opportunities for adults with intellectual disabilities to not only learn new capabilities, but also a farming lifestyle and have a job while doing it. We have Albert's Farmers Market, highly successful for the majority of the year. That's an active, very busy farmers market. Perennials Plus, we have a retiree from Eli Lilly that has opened a wholesale nursery that has been so successful, he's expanded and added additional greenhouses. Not to diminish what Hunter the Punter has done with his property. Ag tourism can work. Westfield's making it work with Urban Apples, with the Mash House. It can work here. Have the courage, have the confidence to keep us ag and ag tourism, because that's what's appropriate and that's what blends with our area. And yes, we are a state east of 421.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brian Traylor. I live at 10319 East 100 North in Zionsville. I will say, Mr. Price is a heck of an attorney. I've even hired him myself. He did a nice job of pointing out a discrepancy that he found in the airport study. I think Mr. Fry did a nice job of rebutting that. One thing I will point out that, sometimes those inconsistencies and errors do happen, even, with the town. The example, I know this has been brought up not in a meeting, but privately, but I think it's important to go on the public record. The town's website, the landing page for the Plan Commission needs to be updated. There are rules and procedures, a link to rules and procedures on the landing page that are accurate. However, the verbiage on the landing page itself still says that no one can approach the Plan Commission members regarding the petitions.
That was a recent change. That's
Yeah.
like in the last couple months. Yeah.
Oversight, much like the error in the, or oversight in the airport study. It happens, I understand that, but it does put the public at a disadvantage when they don't realize they can approach you. And God bless you for doing it. It's already a big enough time commitment. I can't imagine how much work will go into it with you having the public approaching you privately for all of these as well. Moving on to this plan itself. So the comprehensive plan itself is a little dated. It's being worked on. The airport study, though, is not. We need to live to that. That is, a fairly recent document. I'd ask you to support it. We need to live by that until we get a newer comprehensive plan, which I know that you all are very interested in getting as well. Union Woodlands is brought up a lot as a precedent setting. Again, this is not a precedent because nobody wanted it. Bradley Ridge was not a precedent because it was already zoned for residential as well. It was just a negotiation on how do we make it the best possible for everybody involved. This property has zero residential zoning to it currently. This is a precedent-setting matter. The areas around it, other than the two that I just referenced, are all ag. To the north, we need that. We need to cut this off somewhere to make, allow us to have a rural lifestyle within Zionsville. I'll point out as well that the new letters of interest that you received, again, they continue to be, the supporters continue to be those that have investment properties in the area. They may have bought ag. You invested in ag, sell it as ag. It's not up to this commission nor the town council to improve their property value by rezoning it to residential. Their profit margins are not your problem. That's their own problem. If they invested in ag, and it's not worth what they want to sell it at, there's a reason this property has not been conveyed yet, because it's not worth what it's being asked for, as is. So I will leave you with this, just asking you again, the same thing I asked you 2 months ago. Please do not continue this. It gets frustrating for you to hear the same thing over and over again. We get frustrated having to be here. This could have been an easy no 2 months ago. It's an even easier no today because at that time, 2 months ago, I said this is too far apart from what's acceptable to the community. We're not going to be able to negotiate to an agreeable number. That was accurate. But here we are. We met since that meeting. We were too far off. As I said, please just vote for an unfavorable recommendation today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Constance Applegate. I live at 2743 South 975. I feel I live close enough to this to be considered a neighbor, and I ask you to please vote no. I've lived in rural Zionsville my whole life. I've lived on my property for over 45 years. This is not what we want in our area, so please consider no.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Prakash. I live in 12540 Pebble Point, Carmel. For the record, I own the parcel just south of the townhomes lot. I'm here to provide a different perspective based on my background and what I'm here for.
A little bit closer to the speaker.
Yep. So when I look at this project, I would like to divide into two different parcels, right? There's two different parcels in the same project, but the townhome piece is aligned what the Plan Commission aligns to. The contention is the single-family houses, which has less density from the surroundings. That's how I understood the revision is, which was what was asked for last time. The second thing is the airport team made a comment about the recent accident that happened and all of it, right? So if that's the case, I'm more concerned about the people that are sitting in this room, that are living in that area. I don't know what precautions they're taking, but they should be scared because of what was explained. And second thing is related to airport, if they're so concerned and no development should happen, they should have bought the land long back, is my perception. Again, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but if you're saying that nothing should go there, that should have been bought long back and stopped the development to happen, but that did not happen. And I'm here for 15 years. I bought a house in Carmel 3 years back, but I have 3 friends that came with me 15 years in the US. Both wife and husband works. They're W-2 employees, full-time jobs. But the reality is they can't find a single-family house that they can afford on 2 salaries. I know you guys have been here for 30, 40 years. You got beautiful estates. I'm not debating any of this. We are not here to spoil any of that. But there are a lot of people that can't find a decent home that 2 people working can afford in Hamilton County for the most part. So I know people are asking that the width between the 2 houses should be more than 20 feet, 15 feet, 40 feet. But the reality is once that happens, the price goes up and the people are not able to afford the houses in the area and they're struggling to live on paychecks. So that's the perspective I want to provide to this team. I would recommend for this project to happen in some shape or form so that this continued development, we always want things to improve, but at a logical step, as long as it's logically improving based on the density, based on the recommendation that was given, I would support it, and that's how I see from my perspective.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing us to share what we've learned since the last meeting. My name is Jim Metzler. My wife Melanie and I live at 11280 East, 200 South, Zionsville. I kind of want to give you a personal, I don't have all the statistics, all the numbers. I want to give you a personal part of what this is. As you may recall, we built our house at 11280 East, 200 South. That's directly across the street from the development that's going up there now. It was a quiet place. Deer, squirrels, raccoons. We used to go out there while it was being built just to listen to the quiet. Not so much now. Now, it's a war zone. I would personally like to invite all of you to come out to my house and see what the development, this kind of development, will do to the rest of us. Sometimes we can't get out of our own driveway in the morning to go to work because they have semis blocking my driveway. At 6 a.m., we are awakened by the huge equipment across the road. Sometimes we can't get out of our driveway, but we certainly have been woken up at 6 a.m. because they don't care. They don't care. I find it ironic they call it the Complex Union Woodlands because, as was pointed out earlier, there are no woodlands anymore. There's no woods out there. They've torn them all down. So all the nature that used to live out there, they have nowhere to go now. The dirt, the filth, permeate everything in sight. Mud on the road, mud on the driveway, mud on our trash cans, mud on my mailbox. As you can see from the pictures I've given you there, those are real. You can see I used to have a nice place. Not so much anymore. When I come in from getting the mail out of my mailbox, I nearly have to take a shower because they don't care. They do get a sweeper to sweep the road. They sweep my side into my yard and then the rest into the rest. When I crossed the road one morning to try and talk to them, to ask them to please sweep it the other direction, the construction workers nearly ran over me and then went on down the road, not even giving me the time of day. These developers can draw all their wonderful concepts and they can make all kinds of promises. But I'd like to show you what really happens when they give you the green light. You can look through those pictures. I don't know, can you put those pictures up for the group?
Excuse me, but you spoke in January.
Yes,
too,
I
didn't
did.
you?
Hold
Okay.
on, I've got the rest.
Well,
All right, I've got the rest.
It's the
You
same
said new
stuff.
information, I have the rest.
Let's have new information.
As I learned from talking to Town Council President Jason Plunkett, the first Union Woodlands development, as has already been stated, was a result of prior zoning, thus restricting the town from stopping the Lennar project was impossible. It was zoned residential, building was permitted, mostly because it couldn't be stopped. That's not the case here, as we've said many times. The current land that Mr. Pittman is wanting to develop is AG and does not allow for residential aspect. As you know, this project would require a rezone to allow the residential and PUD to be approved. Mr. Plunkett, in his words, shared with me some of the concerns he has. And you're saying you don't have any control, you're going to pass them on up. I'm not sure why you would pass up something that, that you know.
Well, we are making a recommendation to the board, to the council who makes the final determination. And you can't, I don't think he can make comments that Plunkett said.
I can read what he wrote to me. This is written. Mr. Plunkett said, and I asked his permission. I asked his permission, and he wrote it down and said, yes, you can use this, because I was concerned with that. Mr. Plunkett said he's concerned with the village-type density in a rural setting, overload in traffic, demand on our schools, and perhaps most importantly, the proximity to the airport. Not just the flight path or the noise nuisance or the airport itself, but the impact on the quality of life. There are also likely requirements, we all know this will happen, for retention ponds, which attract geese and ducks, which we all know what happens. They're not very friendly with aviation. I hope if we should have this passed, I would hope that the plane that goes down, that you folks, that's on you. Obviously, these are many of the same objections that nearly everyone in this room has expressed over the past several months. I was also fortunate enough to speak with Mayor John Stair after I submitted my request. It was after I submitted my request to speak this evening, and I was pleased to hear him say that he concurred with the same concerns of Mr. Plunkett. So I don't have any quotes from him other than that he concurred with Mr. Plunkett. Mr. Pittman and his investments knew when they purchased this land it was not zoned for the purpose they intended for use for it. Union Woodlands was approved only after it was recommended against the committee's recommendation, and it's half the size of the reserve. Add two complexes together, and we're talking about nearly 500 units, roughly 1,000 autos, exiting two small entries on County Road 200 South. Can you imagine the additional traffic that'll create? In addition, the crazy traffic, this addition is in direct conflict with the airport study, the comprehensive plan, and that was done by the same people who either vote you in or appoint you. I'm confident the project will require exercising eminent domain. Even if it's not your responsibility, you know it's part of the whole deal. And since when do we use eminent domain to pad the pockets of a group of private investors? I would gladly invite all of you to come at my home, see what this project is actually doing to me. If you can, those pictures of the construction, that is outside my driveway, across the street. I implore you to check your conscience and vote no on the Reserve Union Woodlands project.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Messler, I have one question for you. The development across the street from you, that is the Union Woodland development, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
They're all attached.
We're talking about something completely different, but thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ralph Stacy. I'm a urban villager, have lived at 60 South 2nd Street for 79 years now. I'm opposed to this development. I think our town needs to wake up and enact a growth control ordinance as we did back in the 1980s. And I'm also against TIFs. Will this be another TIF? Hopefully you know about tax increment financing. Property taxes held in limbo for 25 years. That's all I have to say tonight, but we need to wake up. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Hello, my name's Karina Papabathini. I'm a resident in Zionsville. Do I need a, can you hear me?
Closer.
Can you hear me okay?
I'm struggling to hear you, sorry.
And I've been here 4 years now. I've spoken before you guys once. And Happy St. Patrick's Day, everyone. Good to be alive.
I think I'd rather be having a beer right now. But
I bet you would. I bet you would. Can I get a second? And I just want to say thank you. And I know this is not sure what's in it for you guys, to be honest. So.
$40 a month.
Is it? Is that what it is? Okay. Well, hey. But I did hear Mr. Pittman make a comment, and I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I do want to address that one particular comment, sir, if I may. And I know I'm not supposed to be addressing them, so I'll speak to you. But he was saying that as he approached farmers in rural Zionsville, that they were claiming that none of them had been approached regarding any kind of ag businesses or people interested in, hobby farms or anything like that. And I just want to put it out there, since it's St. Patrick's Day, I'm feeling lucky. Tonight, I'd be willing to conditionally purchase any number of acres in Zionsville pending sale of my home so that I can start a hobby farm and provide our community with eggs and honey. So if there are any takers, please feel free to reach out to me. Thank you. And there's many people like me. I'm not alone. Thank you.
Beer, honey, eggs. Now we're talking. Good evening, everyone. My name is Anna Shapaw. I live at 11779 East 200 South. And really what I wanted to talk about was the meeting the group of neighbors had with Mr. Pittman, the conversation that ensued, and then explain why we are asking for an unfavorable rating tonight. Because at the end of the day, I think this is really emotional. Tensions are high. And it's because people's livelihoods are at stake. People's entire lives' work are at stake. People's futures are at stake. And so I think that, when that's the case, I think if you guys were in that position too, emotions would be running high. But at the end of the day, we are very reasonable people, and we understand that development isn't a bad thing. Development is going to happen. Zionsville is the best community in Indiana. Of course, everybody wants to be here. And so we tried to say, how can we be solution-oriented? How can we come to the next Plan Commission meeting and say, no, nothing, never, but say, hey, here's as a community how we got together as neighbors, talked about the things that were important to us, talked about our concerns, tried to come up with a solution that we believed was not just amicable to us, but to the developer as well, because I'm a capitalist. I like to make money. I'm a business owner. I can respect that for Mr. Pittman, and we had that conversation, and it was a very nice conversation. So what we explained to him was that, like I said, we're going to be put under extreme hardship. And we were honest. In a perfect world, we would love for this to remain agriculture, because not because we don't want development to happen, but because agriculture is what we love. Rather than coordinating the meet at Aspasia, Steve, I should have had it at my house, because if I had it at my house, you would have heard my rooster crowing. You would have seen the three horses.
You're addressing us.
He would have seen the three horses that my neighbors have. He would have looked across the pasture and saw the cows and possibly smelled the manure, right? And he would have had a very different perspective on whose livelihoods are at stake, because it's not just Brookhaven, it's not just Union Woodlands, it's not just Fox Run, it's us too. And so what we said to him was, okay, we'll take ourselves out of the equation. We'll forget the 3 to 50 acre hobby farms. Let's just look at the developments that are around there. So we looked at Brookhaven, we looked at Countrywood, we looked at Fox Run, and we looked at Union Woodlands with the park. On average, those were 0.97 units per acre. Again, I'd love to have agriculture, but I'm reasonable. I'm a businesswoman. We as neighbors, we're reasonable. We're solution-oriented. We said, could we say to Mr. Pittman, hey, since there's already 0.97 units per acre here, we could accept 1 unit per acre, zoned R1, single-family homes, with some contingencies on houses facing the street, berms, things like that. And we said, yeah, we could get on board with that. Is that our first choice? Absolutely not. Is that something we felt was a solution that we could put before the Plan Commission to say, hey, we tried to work with them, we tried to be reasonable, but unfortunately we just couldn't compromise. And that's where we are today. because his plan came back at 2.4 units per acre. So that's still 2.5 or 2.4 times where we were at with our offer. And I just want to express to you guys that Zionsville is unique, and Zionsville can remain unique. When I graduated college, I started an apartment. I bought my first $175,000 house after that, and I worked my way up to Zionsville. There are communities that support that growth. They're all around us. And the one gentleman that was up here supporting this tonight mentioned that there are a lot of families that can't afford the houses in Zionsville. If you remember me talking last time, over 40% of the stuff on the market was under $750,000, which is the price point that they're starting at. But I've been watching Zillow, because if I get pushed out of there, I want another hobby farm, but I want to stay in Zionsville because I love Zionsville. Do you know how many hobby farms are available right now? 2 acres plus without an HOA? You want to take a guess? 0, right? And so I'm just asking you, under 1.5 million, let me put that contingency out there. So I'm asking you, do rural people have a place in Zionsville? I'm going to summarize everything that you've heard tonight because, like I said, emotions were high, but there were some really, really great points that were made tonight that I think should influence your decision in giving this an unfavorable recommendation. For the second time, the staff report had said they don't support this development. The recently completed airport study does not support this development. Hundreds of neighbors have written letters, sent emails, and spoken opposition of this development. What Terry was going to say tonight is that you will have to impose eminent domain on multiple properties to make this happen. The airport has explained to you that we're putting lives at risk by making this decision. The town council president has said that he does not support this development. And tonight, you explained what the factors are that you will use to make your decision. You said those 5 pieces of criteria. So when I look at those 5 pieces of criteria, the first one is it compatible with the comprehensive plan? The answer to that was no. The second was, do the current conditions and characters of the current structures and uses in each district, are they compatible? I think if you look at Michelle's PowerPoint tonight, in addition to what I said with 0.97 units per acre in the surrounding neighborhoods, you'll realize that it's not compatible. The third criteria is this the most desirable for use for which the land in the district is adapted? The answer to that is no, it's agriculture. Steve called me a couple weeks ago. There is a piece of property right next to my house that separates me with Union Woodlands. He said, Anna, what would you like to happen to that piece of land? I said, nothing. He said, okay, but Anna, what would you like to happen to that piece of land? And I said, I'd like to buy it, and I'd like to turn it into a regenerative farm. I want my son to have real skills. I want there to be a place in Zionsville where we can teach kids how to preserve our land and be good stewards of our land. But if every developer has the opportunity to go into a letter of intent without purchasing a piece of property and offer the highest valuable possible with the highest density possible, how is somebody like me ever going to be able to buy farmland again? So to the point that the person before me made tonight about farmland, I too would love to buy the farmland, but I want to buy it as farmland. And my ask to you tonight is, if there is a place in Zionsville for hobby farms, for farmland, isn't it the place next to an airport that calls for the least amount of development? I think it is. The last 2 pieces of criteria that you said that you're going to vote on tonight, or reasons for making your decision, were the conservation of property values throughout the jurisdiction. Another thing Terry was going to read tonight was some research we had done working with Tim McElderly, the councilman, who also said that he would like to see R1 in this area. He confirmed with Trico and I believe Roger that Trico's service area does not extend north of 200 South or west of US 421. Therefore, the argument that our property values would increase as a result of the access to the utilities is not correct. Therefore, the 4th point and the 4th decision you make your recommendation on is also invalid. Lastly, you make the last and final criteria, number 5, for giving your recommendation is responsible development and growth. I don't need to rehash why 2.4 units in an area that's 1.97 is not compatible with existing growth. And so my ask of you tonight is that if you do give this a favorable recommendation, you please explain to the community why you think those 5 points are correct for this development and how you think this development supports them. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Hi, so I wasn't really planning on talking at all
Name and address,
tonight. Yeah. So I'm Boston Leffler. I live with my parents at 1850 South, 1200 East. And I came here, I wasn't planning on talking to anybody, but after hearing what everyone here had to say, I just felt it was a useful connection to make that I go to Purdue University. I'm a sophomore in the agriculture program, and within my major, I would say I've met 2 people from our area, from Zionsville. There's not this connection with agriculture in Zionsville. When I say I'm from Zionsville, people don't understand that it's possible to have agriculture in Zionsville. And also, coming from Zionsville, I thought I had a pretty good concept of agriculture, but I realized I didn't. There's so much more to agriculture and the business within the agriculture world beyond just farming and veterinary science. And I think it's an honorable mention that people should really consider the aspects of agriculture when they're cutting off these vital agricultural communities to continue to develop these neighborhoods, when every friend that I have coming from these neighborhoods would prefer to be in my home and to visit rural Zionsville because it's so unique. It's a crucial part of Zionsville's core, these hobby farms with these people and their animals supplying honey, supplying eggs, all of these things. We network to a variety of people in Carmel, in Zionsville, in Westfield who don't have these opportunities because Zionsville has allowed us to have this rural area, to have this farm. I have horses. I've ridden them around Zionsville, and it saddens me when I ride through Brookhaven, when I ride anywhere around, and these people have never seen a horse. They don't even know what a horse looks like. It just shocks me that Zionsville has become so disconnected from our roots, from the agriculture, from the people who made this town what it is, in the sake of development, of making Zionsville into something that it is not. I don't know anything about the numbers. I don't know anything other than just what I see here tonight and what I've seen with people my own age. And I just wanted to offer my perspective as a young person that there's an idea of what Zionsville is, and there's this idea of Zionsville that we're trying to turn it into, and only one of them is what Zionsville should continue to be. So that's all I have to say tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, would the petitioner like to respond?
While Steve's setting up the exhibits, let me first of all say that I think many people in Zionsville have very, very many different views about what makes Zionsville great. I've lived here for 40 years myself. I live on a 10,000 square foot lot in the village. My son is a student in the School of Agriculture at Purdue University and has deep ties to agriculture and to the town of Zionsville. And so I don't think the ties you have to Zionsville necessarily relate to how many acres you own. I think many people helped build this great community. Many of those people are sitting in this room. Many of those people are sitting at the dais here this evening, and I've had the privilege of appearing before many of you over the last several years, really advocating for individuals and individual property owners and their rights to try to put forward the best proposals they can to provide oftentimes homes for people who would like to move into Zionsville, just like each one of you decided to move into Zionsville at one point in your life. And if there's one thing that our comprehensive plan says that I am absolutely certain of, is that the town has a legal obligation to make housing available to anyone that would like to live in Zionsville. And that's the law that governs Zionsville, and it governs all other communities in the state of Indiana with regard to housing opportunities. So I'd like to just take a step back for a moment and kind of maybe get a little more connected to some of the real facts and figures and the real nature of this proposal. First of all, just speaking with regard to density, I understand that if you add the 150 townhome units that are driven largely because the comprehensive plan calls for campus housing along Michigan Road, and add that to the number of homes that we're proposing, you arrive at the 2.4 units per acre, and that number can be distorted to make it look like it's out of keeping with the adjoining properties. And that's simply not the case. When you compare the area that's reserved for single-family development, that density is 1.75 units. The immediate neighbor to the south is 1.83 units, and Brookhaven is 1.6 units. So it's right in the middle between where Brookhaven is and where Union Woodlands is. I think another important factor is with regard to the Union Woodlands development and the history of the zoning behind that property. What the airport study makes clear is that, yes, it's true that the Union Woodlands project was not to be considered precedent, but the reason why it was not to be considered precedent is because it is located in the runway protection zone. It is located in the approach surface. It is located in the runway extension area. None of those factors are equally true about this project. It's outside of each one of those areas. And so when the gentleman from the airport quoted the airport study, he neglected to refer to figure 6.5, which depicts the protection zone, the airport surface area, and the runway extension, and it's clearly all to the east of this proposal. And I would direct the Plan Commission's attention to that particular exhibit, because I think that is a very clear distinction between this proposal and the Union Woodlands proposal. What we would note, though, is that Union Woodlands, whether it's precedent or not, it is an approved project. It is part of the character of the surrounding area, and it is driving part of the future development prospects for this property, which I'd like to come back to with regard to the land use map, but I'll move on to a couple other points first. With regard to the comments by Mr. Henry about the density being 3 times that of Bradley Ridge, I would simply note that Bradley Ridge is a different development concept. It was land that has a number of different practical components to it, including natural features that were preserved as part of that project. What's important to understand, though, is that lot sizes and home separation distances are very similar to this proposal, as they are in the recently approved Old Town project, as they are in a number of high-end subdivisions across the town of Zionsville. Zionsville has made it a practice, and a good one, to allow for building separation distances and lot sizes to be reduced to create more open areas and berming opportunities and landscaping opportunities within developments. It's a cluster style development pattern. That pattern was embraced many, many years ago by the town leadership, and it has resulted in, whether you want to call it a unicorn or not, it's helped result in one of the highest value communities, if not the highest value community in the state of Indiana. So that's not a negative attribute of this proposal. Rather, it's consistent with the development pattern across the town of Zionsville, and it has, in fact, driven a lot of the value that we all get to experience here today. With regard to the airport study itself and whether the clear disparate treatment between one parcel that's in a Tier 2 and a Tier 3 area and our parcel that's in a Tier 2 and a Tier 3 area, I don't think that's a mistake at all. I think it's simply just noting that under the proper circumstances, residential development can in fact be encouraged within a Tier 2 zone, just as it is in the airport study. I think the precautions that are being taken here with regard to the noise dampening measures are precisely the type of attributes that can be added to a proposal to guard against the concerns that the airport study articulates. It's not simply such a casual observation to say that because a parcel of land, here 147 acres, because that 147 acres is split between Tier 2 and Tier 3, that it's destined to be an agritourism parcel. And let me explain why I think that's problematic for this particular parcel. We seem to have shrunk in size here, Steve. I'm going to go back to the... Let me stop right there. So the area that, if you look at that purplish color in the center, that is essentially the airport location, the airport properties. And the properties south of County Road 200, where they abut that purple area, that is what the figure 6.5 in the airport study refers to as the runway protection zone. And then as you go further south, the approach surface, and then further south, the runway extension. And then if you go further south than that, you run into the Union Woodland subdivision and then Brookhaven. And so this particular proposal adjoins the future Union Woodlands to the east and to the south. Then as you go slightly west towards Michigan Road, you have Countrywood. And then you see a very large kind of triangular section that extends east and northeast from Michigan Road, and that is more of the campus housing delineation, which we understand the town's position today being that it may support more than this, but we know that it supports 150 townhomes at 4 units per acre on the small portion of our project that is reserved for those townhomes. So what that leaves you with is those two kind of lightly shaded lime green colors that are wedged between the campus housing, future and existing single-family residential, and the airport. And our point is simply that we think that the area south of County Road 200 and adjoining existing single-family residential and adjoining future campus housing to the west is a good fit, that single-family use is an appropriate fit for that location. And then if there is this a large demand for hobby farms under $1.5 million, ranging from 3 to 10 acres, there are still many more opportunities for that further north of 200 that are not immediately adjoining existing single-family developments at this time. So we think that what we're proposing is very much in keeping with the surrounding land use character, not inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. We believe that it does promote property values because it does result in the extension of infrastructure to this vicinity. It is not set in stone today whether TRICO or whether Hamilton Southeastern Utilities will serve areas north of 200. That could evolve as utility installations are put into the ground. But certainly as those utilities are brought into the area, the general result is that property values go up as a result of that. So we believe that the proposal does warrant a favorable recommendation. And I have not spoken to Council President Plunkett, but part of the process is that Mr. Pittman and I will have that opportunity following the Plan Commission's recommendation. We can hear for ourselves on a first-hand basis and not through hearsay what his position is with regard to this proposal, and we can do likewise with Mayor Stair. We respect both of those individuals just as we respect the Plan Commission, but we would like the opportunity to hear their input in the ordinary course of a zoning proposal rather than individuals purporting to read emails from elected officials who've not otherwise made those positions publicly known. Steve and I would be available to answer any questions that you have, and we appreciate the opportunity to address you this evening. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to close the public hearing at this time, and I'm going to open it up to members of the Plan Commission. So, no, I've already closed it, sorry. Anybody? Plan Commission members?
This may be a question staff can look up for me. The mixed-use airport village district, what would be included in that area? The darker of the two browns on the study on the north end of the runway. I'm just curious what that.
Give me a moment, I can actually pull the airport study up.
I'll wait if you don't mind.
It includes single-family residential, including residential at approximately 1.4 units per acre, I think, among other uses.
So it would be single family on that side of the airport as well. Okay.
Oh, this is straight from the adopted airport land use study plan that was, again, adopted by the town back in '22. District is intended to identify criteria for allowing limited residential development in areas relatively close to the airport. While not within a runway protection zone or approach area, this district will still be subject to noise from frequent overflight. Development of this area should be intended to attract users more resilient to airport disturbances. Primary development at the site is intended to be low-rise attached campus-style housing following a traditional urban form. Uses may include supportive or low-intensity commercial, also following a traditional urban form. Additionally, the district can include agriculture and agritourism uses as an extension of adjacent districts. Go ahead and continue.
Yeah, no, that's what I wanted to. It's easier for you to look it up than me to try to pull it up, so thank you. Anybody?
Roger, can you find the reference to Union Woodlands in this? I can't remember what the page was.
What reference?
It's page 83, Roger, of the airport study.
It is.
Okay, we have a couple of different references.
This is the one that talked about it should not be used as a reference point to adjacent
I believe that
property.
is up on page 8.
For those of you who don't know, Union Woodlands was zoned residential prior to, as we put in the airport plan, and we were trying to, there was actually a request to downzone the property, but they had already come before the Plan Commission with their petition. So we were bound to hear that petition, and because it was met all the compliant requirements, we had to approve it. That's essentially what happened. It was something that I think at the time we felt almost really compelled to do, but it was not something that I think was very popular with the Plan Commission at that time. I mean, Josh, you were on that.
No, it was not. Yeah, if I remember, it's one of those deals where it met every one of our requirements. There was no way we could, without getting ourselves into litigation.
And it's referenced in here, I think, to that effect. Where's that language?
Is it this area that you're talking about, Mr. Franz?
I think it specifically references Union Woodlands, the subdivision.
This section does, but not by name.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, you're right. Yeah. Okay.
So would you prefer that I read it into the record?
Sure, go ahead.
I'll begin with this second talking about new development in overflight areas. During public meetings, residents in existing overflight areas strongly recommended against further development of similar areas to avoid others being put in their own situations. Nonetheless, some areas south of the existing runway are currently zoned to allow residential development. The zoning decisions were made by Boone County prior to this area being incorporated into the town of Zionsville's jurisdiction. Since the rough draft of this document was published, the Zionsville Plan Commission has approved a proposed development in the flight path south of the airport. Although development was not desired at this site, the Plan Commission had no legal grounds to reject the development proposal since it had the required zoning. Approval of this development is a unique situation and is not intended to set a precedent. The goal remains that development in overflight areas should be prohibited.
Roger, does the document specifically define overflight areas as one of the tiers, one or more of the tiers?
Figure 6.5.
When you say tiers, are you referring to the?
Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3.
It is not going to call out those overflight areas because the tiers are truly just to identify where residential compatibility would be. And so it doesn't focus in on the area that you are wanting to kind of focus in on. The tiers are a broader area than those, if that makes sense.
The tiers are, overflight areas may not be all of those, any one of those tiers, is your point.
Or it could be in any one of them potentially. I mean, it could be
right.
1, 2, or 3, so.
The figure that I was referring to that I think highlights this issue is figure 6.5 in the study. And it shows, I think in relation to the Union Woodlands project, how the Union Woodlands project lines up with the runway protection zone.
We're inquiring of the
Right
petitioner.
there.
That's our right to do so.
Yeah, that's one of the pictures that it shows, Roger, where you showed it shows the runway protection zone going right over the top of that development.
Yeah, but we're talking about overflight areas, not runway protection zones, and how Union Woodlands shouldn't be a precedent, right? I mean, that's what that document reads.
I think that I think it does use the word overflight, but then it goes on in the figure to talk about those three things: the runway protection zone, the extension area, and the overflight area in that same figure.
Are you looking for that for me, Roger?
I'm looking for it, but I have to admit I'm struggling to find it.
You can do Control F, and if you know the word you're looking for, type it in, and it'll show you the.
As at our January meeting, we certainly saw what would appear to be evidence of heavy flight patterns over this development.
Well, we had one individual from the airport state that it is in flight
Yes.
tonight.
Thank you. Also true.
And what we're trying to achieve is that by adding the noise dampening, that's the way you reconcile the compatibility issue. The primary concern is noise. And I didn't laugh during your comments. I could have. I chose not to, and that needs to stop. It's not appropriate.
I would agree.
I'm a citizen of Zionsville too. Mr. Pittman is a person who's done a lot of good things for the town of Zionsville too, and all of us deserve to be spoken to and addressed with respect. And what I'm pointing out is that there are permitted uses today that undoubtedly the airport would object to. This is a property is zoned agricultural today, would permit a composting facility. If I was here tonight asking for a special exception to build a composting facility, the gentleman from the airport would be here objecting about that as well. And that type of a use is a lot less compatible than what we're talking about here, where you can address concerns of neighbors about noise. And that's exactly why we detailed the proposal the way we did.
So I understand overflight areas. I mean, we have a general aviation airport that has multiple types of aircraft, turbine, jet, general aviation, piston. They all have different flight paths. I assume that the piston are flying a 800-foot AGL, 1 mile radius, roughly around the airport. That's where they're making their turns, whereas turbines are 2 miles out or straight in, that type of thing. Is that generally the operations? Yeah, just a head nod, yeah. So and I know we've got an airport that has a lot of operations compared to most general aviation airports as well. So it's not easy to pin down exactly where aircraft are flying because they are flying different patterns, different operations based on weather, based on all types of stuff. I did my pilot training at Terry Field, which is what we used to call it. I had to dodge gliders instead of other general aviation airports and even some jumpers from time to time. So, you know, the area has changed. I just want to say that, I mean, I have written airport facility plans. I've written zoning ordinances to protect airports. I see that we have a crosswind runway that's at least being shown on these plans. My concern is that, you know, what changes or what kind of audience are we going to have when that proposal comes in? Because when that airport gets a crosswind runway, we're going to see even more operations, more noise. We're going to have more things in the flight paths. And I hear a lot of people saying we shouldn't have this because of the general aviation airport. We want to use it as the reason for not allowing development. But are we going to extend that out and support the airport when they want to and need to add the crosswind runway? Because I'm hearing you support it and want it, but I'm fearful that we're going to have the same problem, which is the growth of that airport and the necessity to actually have safe operations. That crosswind runway is going to be important. And I would hope that people in here, if this gets denied, is that they're supportive of that for that reason as well, that we need this airport. We need the economic development that comes from it. We need the business and industry that comes with it. I'm sure that they've got economic development studies that tell us how much revenue comes into our community based on all the operations. It's a great economic development piece for our community. But I guess for me is there's a significant decline. There has been over the last several years in aviation accidents. I know that downwind to base is a dangerous transition. Base to final is even more dangerous. And in the United States, we're having about 8 fatalities per month, which is down from something like 16, 18 just a few years ago. The technology that's getting into aircraft, the aircraft engines are getting quieter. There's all kinds of reasons why I'm not overly concerned about growth and development in that area. It does have to be careful to not create a barrier for the future of that airport. But one last thing I'll say about the plan for the airport, to me, is that there's a lot of color on that map that if we actually carry this out and restrict growth to just what this is saying, we could very easily be in a situation where we're being sued for legislative takings. And that is where you preclude a person's right to or ability to develop. So the green areas particularly, we need to buy those. I mean, somebody needs to buy those and put them into public realm. We can't just say, you own that property, you can do nothing with it forever because you have an airport next to you. So I'm concerned about that coming up in the future as well. We do have to be very careful about saying you can't develop that, especially if we don't own it, as the airport or as the town of Zionsville. I'll just leave it at that. So I do like the idea of protecting the airport, but I also think that we are in a situation where growth and development is going to keep putting pressure on this area. And you either tie it up because you own it or you find the compromises. And I don't know if this is the compromise. I'm not defending Steve Pittman's development idea here, but we can't just say no to everything because at some point we get sued for it being a legislative taking. I'm not saying we have to say yes to everything either, but I'm just saying that in the United States, we have to let people go through this process, and we have to consider it. We are going to make a recommendation, favorable or unfavorable, at one point or another. Either way, it goes to the town council, and they're the ones that make the final decision.
I think one of my big concerns in this isn't some study that was done 20 years ago, right? They started this study sometime in 2018. It would pass through the legislative process here in Zionsville in 2022. They did a longer study than we've actually lived with the results of the study. We're in the middle of writing a comprehensive plan. How long does that last if the airport study only lasts for 4 years?
I will say on the record for the airport study, I remember when we were going through this process and when we did have the public meetings I think the first public meeting was 2 weeks after COVID, kind of scared us all into wearing masks. And sure, we all know what a Zoom meeting is today, but at that time, I remember going to the airport for the first public meeting, and it was canceled a few hours beforehand, and it was done online from there forward. I don't think we had a full grasp of the technology we have today for having meetings and so forth. I missed out on some of the public meeting portions of this study. I just want to let everyone know, I mean, there was a lot of people who wanted to go to that first public meeting at the airport, and it was canceled a few hours beforehand. Not everything in this airport study I agreed with when it passed, but it is something that we have to go by. So this is a tough decision tonight.
Well, when we did the airport study or, added the comprehensive plan, there was, I don't know how many meetings public hearings we had on it in front of us.
I think
It was
in front
at
of us
least
twice, two or three times.
Maybe three. And there was a lot of discussion back and forth on all of this stuff. I'll be honest, when I saw this, when I saw that we put this together, I really didn't think anyone was going to try to develop any kind of this property in the near term, just because of, we had just put this in place. At the same time, there is some inconsistencies, in this, and the fact that we've got tier 2 that it says there can be, residential built in it. You guys did a great job on the density, I'll say that. I was surprised that you guys were able to take out 80 homes. That I was not expecting that, to be honest. I was surprised. When I look at this with Bradley Ridge, when that came before us, the one area that they did not build in was in the tier I guess that's tier 1 area, and they respected that along the side. And I know none of this is in tier 1, so that, when Bradley Ridge went in, it was, this was factored into what was built and how it was laid out. And I know we can talk about the overall density, and we have to talk about the overall density, and we're doing it as one piece, so we're do have to kind of look at it as overall density. And I understand that if you take a look at it, just the kind of eastern component of it, it is 1.75. And you can talk about some of the other areas. That's, which one was it that they had the, if you factor in the open space on that one, which is significant, 60 acres of open space, it's, it's really 1.83. So it's comparable to Union Woodlands. But I struggle with the fact that Union Woodlands may not be set as a precedent, although I'd say the language is a little bit kind of interpretive, because it talks about in the flight zone, and it's not to be used as a precedent. So that one I kind of struggle with, if that's a valid precedent. I will go back to the town staff, and I said this last month, or 2 months ago. I've not ever seen something, of a PUD that, got to this stage, and I believe 4 out of the 5 components that were to factor in, the town is saying, the staff is saying, those are inconsistent with this development. That's where I really struggle with this. I mean, I can probably get behind the comprehensive plan, because I think there's inconsistencies in the zones, but the rest of it, it all hinges on the airport district. It really does. Most of this stuff hinges on the airport district.
Our state Supreme Court ruled about 15 years ago that communities do not need to follow their comprehensive plans. And our state Supreme Court has just completely washed the credibility out, because as urban planners, we used to rely on that quite a bit. That shows, it has to show up by statute into the staff reports, but in the legal world, it does not hold water like it does in other states. I don't like that. I would rather have communities that have comprehensive plans that are strong, but we don't have that in the state.
Can you depart from the comprehensive plan when you factor in the other components?
You can. The comprehensive plan, as you mentioned, is... The comprehensive plan under the state of current law it is a tool, it's a guide, and there are acceptable deviations from the comprehensive plan. You have to determine, that's the job of the 7 of you, to determine what is an acceptable deviation. And as you note here, the comprehensive plan is only one of 5 things that you look at. It should be a strong one. I completely agree with you. I wish Indiana was a little stronger on that, but it's one of 5 things that you look at. And so you each individually, ultimately as a group, but individually need to go through those 5 criteria and determine, does this constitute an acceptable deviation from the comprehensive plan?
It was brought up earlier about the 3 stories of the townhomes along Michigan Road. How does that fit into this plan? When it says low rise, is low rise 1 to 3 stories?
I believe it's 1 to 2, it is stated in the staff report, and under that provision, it's designed.
Is that that mixed?
Designed as single and 2-story.
Is that the definition of mixed-use campus housing, 1 to 2?
So,
For the category of mixed-use campus housing district, does include a section, campus-style housing is defined as having the following characteristics. And there are 3 of them. One, the district will largely consist of 1-story attached housing, including a mix of 2-family and multifamily housing types. 2, because of the proximity of the district to the airport, and since this area is subject to regular overflight, single-family attached residential development should be discouraged. And 3, a limited number of 2-story structures may be considered where lower ground elevations near US 421 would permit their development without exceeding the heights of other structures.
And we were following the guidance in the staff report that indicated that because this property was west against Michigan Road, that it was even more removed than the single-family portion from the runway protection zone and the runway extension area, unlike Union Woodlands. And that's why we've been very open about the 2- and 3-story townhouses as being consistent with the comprehensive plan in that regard. And I would also add that we're not running afoul of any Tall Structures Act restrictions under Indiana code as well with regard to our proposal. So we're not out of compliance with regard to the ability to build those structures. And frankly, and this has been a hot point in this airport study since its adoption, is exactly what type of housing is that envisioning? It sounds like an army barrack if you take it absolutely literally, some kind of low-rise attached multifamily dwelling. That's not what we came forward with because we don't think that's consistent with what Zionsville would like to see. And that's why we came forward with the high-quality townhome project.
Mr. Grant, if I may. No, you may not. Sorry. I'm sorry.
He wasn't asked a question.
It's conversation back
It's
and forth.
petitioner's counsel.
We're fine.
So,
go ahead.
I was just going to say that for me, the height of the structure to me is more about the context of Michigan Road, not in regard to the airport. There's no significance of height related to the airport in that location. I've actually given a national presentation on crash statistics, and there's virtually none with tall structures, and certainly not a 3-story building.
I don't have a problem with the 3 stories at all. I mean, it's.
Seems appropriate for the Michigan Road corridor. It just does not, I mean, if they were going to 4, 5, 6, I would say different, but it's reasonable. Mr. Chair, is it, I'm the freshman on the Plan Commission, so I'm just going to ask, I just wanted to ask the question, is it appropriate for us to ask if the petitioner wants to make amendments or if they want us to vote on this tonight and move it forward? I just don't know what the policy has been in the past.
Typically, when we've been at this stage in the proceedings, when we close the public hearing, make a vote, either favorable, unfavorable, or no recommendation. If you'd want to take it under advisement, I don't know if Mr. Price or Mr. Pittman have any further things to add. I don't know that they would make a big difference in votes.
Don't have any additional modifications.
Yeah.
we obviously focused on density, and we appreciate your comments about that. That's what we focused on. If there are additional amendments that the Plan Commission would like to see, we would be happy to consider those.
Happy to tell you what I'm thinking. If we were only looking at the campus housing component of this plan, I'd be in favor of it. I think that fits with the area, what's going to happen along Michigan Road in the future. But I have a hard time with the plan as a whole, mostly because I rely on the staff. They're very good at their jobs. They do an excellent job providing the information for us to consider the petitions. I think this was first put forward in July. So we've had almost, 8 months now to tweak and amend and communicate with the neighbors to figure out what would it take to get a favorable recommendation from the staff. And we don't have it. So, I would like to know what it would take to get there, but tonight, we don't have it. For that reason alone, I don't think I can support this.
And I'll second that. I said two months ago that I think at two different projects, this makes sense. And that's, I think still kind of my concern when you look at being, I feel like something does need to go here as far as like a transition, from the commercial 300 moving up. When you look at the airport plan and some people that talked tonight and said they are in these estate houses, when you look at the airport plan and then the new comp plan, kind of rough drafts, they're actually deemed to be in a commercial area for commercial structures. So, while they're horse farms and stuff now, the potential future use is all commercial, all the way, 1,200 west to the airport, all the way down to 200. So, looking forward, there is something that needs to kind of buffer all of that. So, that would kind of be my suggestion. What does that look like? What does this look like as two separate projects, if that's possible? But
currently, it's at 204 houses on the 100 and, how many acres is that? 116. And that's, again, I agree that I agree that's probably a better barometer of the density relative to that piece of property.
I will add, they don't seem to be getting any credit for the parkland they're willing to create that's not part of the PUD. Had they put that into the PUD, even the town's own density measurement would have been lower, is my understanding of how they do math. Is that accurate, Roger?
Yeah.
Is that part of
The
Union
adjacent
Woodland?
pieces.
Okay,
The park is not a part of this PUD.
okay.
But we've committed.
Was it a part of Union Woodland?
The parkland is a part of Union Woodlands, the residential subdivision, yes. When the property was originally rezoned under the county's jurisdiction back in 2006, roughly, the entire 160-acre parcel went before the Board of Commissioners of Boone County. They rezoned the southern 100 acres of that to the residential classification to allow for Union Woodlands subdivision. The northern 60 acres remained ag with a commitment that I believe it was at least 35 acres of that would be dedicated to, at that time, the township trustee for the development of a park. As Zionsville took control of that area from a jurisdictional standpoint, instead of it going to the township trustee, it will now be deeded to the town for a public park.
Right, and there's a separate commitment for the way the two projects are tied together. There's a separate commitment from Pittman to develop that park into a passive park with a trail system and a trailhead and some pickleball courts and other items that are.
I think I understand where my error was. I assumed that the land wasn't already any way public, and your client is, if this goes through, willing to put some park facilities there. And so I appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
And now that I recall that that's ag property, I think it's not extremely appropriate, it's not appropriate that that's included in the overall density of Union Woodlands because it can't be developed. So, I mean, their density for the residential area is 1.83. If you take a look at the eastern component of this PUD, it's 1.75 when you factor out the extreme dense, which you would expect that sort of density along Michigan Road anyway.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that. It is, for me, the part of the development that is in Tier 2 that is concerning. Yeah.
I mean, the problem is, I mean, not the problem, but we put this thing in place just 2 years ago, or 3 years ago now, and it's like, I mean, the current comprehensive plan in total is what, almost 20 years old now? So that's not been updated, but this has been refreshed, you know, giving consideration to the whole property and the thought of what needs to be done out in that area. So it's not a stale document, as you mentioned, so.
And I will say I'm on the land use subcommittee for the new comprehensive plan, and it remains the same, as you can see on the airport study. The first draft came out, and it is the same, so it has not changed.
All right, so.
I remember the goal of the airport study was to help clarify all this stuff when it did come up to us, if I remember. That was what we did this for, so.
Well,
Promote
people have
economic
land they
development.
want to sell for development, and that kind of throws a wrench in everything, I think. So where do we stand on this? What's the thoughts?
I wish we had a little bit more clarification on the comprehensive plan, or I mean, on the airport study comprehensive plan on the Tier 2. Just wish it was a little clearer, make it a little easier for us. I kind of still stand where I stood a couple months ago. I feel like half of this is a good plan as far as along Michigan Road. You know, I very much appreciate the conversations that have been had with the citizens of the town. But I mean, and I agree that that density is very reasonable for its proximity, for the growth that is coming, you know, from the east, the growth's coming from the south. But I think that, again, the airport plan comes into play, and, you know, how much do you pay attention to that, or do you not pay attention to it? And I think it is, you know, you're in a tough spot because you need a little bit of buffer, right, between where things are and what things are. But when they put something like this in place and it is being repeated again during this current comprehensive plan while it's still in the early phases, I think at some point we have to respect that for the reasons, you know, that they have put it in place. It sounds like people are willing to step up to the plate potentially and turn that into something nice, as far as the agritourism goes. But again, being cognizant of what is being built around it, you know, what else, you know, the other two townhome developments we're going to read tonight, you know, again, I think in two separate things, this one makes sense and one doesn't, but.
Explain why, what are you doing to that, the Union Woodlands property over there? I mean, I'm just kind of curious, why did you guys agree to, you know, finish that property off?
So we're not a partner in
I know.
in Union Ones, but I do know that there's demand for housing in that area, and in spite of the fact that there's
Now,
an
this
air-
is the 60 acres of undeveloped,
the park area.
the park area.
Oh, okay. What was your question about
I
that?
mean, how did you get involved in that?
Oh, so we met with John. I met with John Stair and showed him what we were talking about doing, and he said, you know, there's a big need in our community for more baseball, softball fields. They're turning kids away from the program you have now at Lions Park, and so if there was a way to incorporate a really nice park for the kids, that'd be great if you could make that happen. And so I went and met with the parks director of parks, Jared. I don't know if he's still here. Met with Jared and met with Little League Baseball, Softball, the Challengers program, and we all kind of brainstormed about what that could be. And in order to do that, it was extremely expensive. I want to say that it was probably all in, you know, like $4 million. So in order to do that, we needed a lot more density. We needed the apartments and all those things to help pay for that through the park impact fees. So that was the route we were going down. And I knew there were a lot of people who didn't like the density. I knew it was a problem for people, but that's the only way to provide that park. And then it turned out that we were staying out of the existing runway protection zone. And then I didn't realize it, but the airport said, we may extend this runway another 700 feet. And if we do that, these improvements will be in that future runway protection zone. So it'd be a poor investment, it'd be a waste of money. So we walked away from that, being respectful of the airport and their runway protection zones and noise mitigation areas and all those things. So once we walked away from that, then we were able to change our plan and reduce our density significantly. As I continued to talk to Jared, he still really wanted to see some improvements happen there. I said, hey, I'd love to continue to help you. The offer's still out there, but I said, I've got to move on with this petition. I can't keep going back and forth. And so that's the conversation that occurred.
It's not an easy one, believe me.
This is a tough one.
So I think we're all kind of struggling because I personally believe people should be able to do what they want to do with their property. But at the same time, you know, we've got this thing called a comprehensive plan in place. And there's some other factors that are, you know, weighing into this too.
I can say that I'm not personally offended by the density, just in general, not necessarily for this site. Just for me, if you have 1,000 people coming to your community and they're all going to be on 1 or 2 acres, you're consuming 1,000 to 2,000 acres, plus the land that needs to be set aside for roads and infrastructure, that type of stuff. Versus if you have that 1,000 people and they're on 3 units per acre, we're saving and preserving our rural areas by not spreading out people in these giant subdivisions at 1 acre. And then also you get a homogeneous type of development. And I think that having some variety in development makes sense too. I'm not trying to defend this particular site for that density, but I think in my head, like, is that what you would want? 2 units or 1 unit per 2 acres or 1 unit per 2? I know, understand you do. I've heard it. But the reality is building out the many, many, many square miles that this town has as that, I don't think that that's really what we want either. And then the last thing I'll say is with the land use committee, I'm on that as well. And I specifically spoke up at the last meeting saying that this area in particular, that we need to do a small area plan on and not just look at the broad brush strokes of a general comprehensive plan map. It just does not add enough detail. We're looking at many, many square miles here, even in this area. And I think we have to look at it more sensitively and more carefully before we make big decisions.
If these actually were two separate developments coming to us, it, you know, it would be much easier to break that apart and evaluate on a separate basis. But it's one PUD, so.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I mean, that's a lot easier pill to have swallowed if this had came to us with the multifamily section, and then 2 months later or a year later, the other development came in the back. But then with that same thinking, I'm going, well, if we do divide it out, then if we would accept it if it was two separate petitions, then why not one? Like I said, and I'm not saying.
Accept the second part of that.
Yeah, I mean, but.
And I think what the first part does too, though, is it allows for that consistency up 421. You know, it allows for that kind of natural flow through that area, through that corridor. I think so that makes it a little bit easier for me on that one part. On the second part, it's more difficult just simply because, you know, the airport study and of the comprehensive plan that's currently being worked on. I think, like you said, it needs maybe a little bit, you know, looked a little bit closer. But in that, you know, when, as far as that land use, I think there's 53% of Zionsville is ag, and during the new comprehensive plan, it was basically cut in half. So I think we do need to kind of pay attention to these parcels that have been, you know, a couple of times said to stay ag. So it's my hesitation.
Well, how do we want to proceed?
I don't say there's much use in continuing this.
I agree. So it's, yeah.
Options are favorable, unfavorable, and no recommendation.
Can't make a condition that we subdivide it into two projects, can we?
No.
That would be up to them, but.
Yeah.
And there are difficulties with that, with the seller selling part of it and the utilities running through both properties, et cetera, so makes it infeasible.
If I could, I would also like to remind the commission that commitments have also been offered by the petitioner. So in a motion, if you could include whether you would recommend, if you're thinking favorably, if that does include the commitments as well, just so that we address everything that is being presented this evening, please.
Anybody want to make a motion on this one?
I'll make a motion. I move that docket number 2024-50-Z to rezone approximately 1.47.4 plus or minus acres from the rural general agriculture zoning district to the reserve at Union Woodlands Planned Unit Development, PUD district, be forwarded to the town council with no recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any further discussion?
In the event that there is no recommendation made, would town staff suggest we still attach commitments recommended to that? Is there a method for that?
No, that would just be with a favorable. Pardon? That would just be with a favorable recommendation.
We would agree to maintain those commitments if that's
Okay.
Plan
Well,
Commission's choice.
If that's,
Any further discussion?
Unfavorable is just, we just couldn't come to, or we just, is this like just a
Well, I
punt?
mean, it's a vote. It's like, it's what each individual member thinks. This one's been seconded and it's before us. I mean, if you want to, I guess if you want to, put forward a favorable or unfavorable thing, you'd have to vote against this then.
so if for some reason this is defeated, then somebody could make a motion for an unfavorable, goes through the same process, or a favorable.
I think the current motion basically just is saying that we cannot come to a full, conclusion one way or the
It
other.
is. You're
And
just leaving it up to the
there's-
town council to
There's
decide.
political ramifications to it,
Yes.
logistical, just a variety of things. What we have to base it on is different than what the town council actually has to base it on too. They have a different authority that we do not have.
They're the
They have different latitude.
elected
Yes.
legislative authority for the town, so.
Dave, just so everyone understands the seriousness of it, I can't remember, there may be one other time that we've forwarded a
put
no
one-
recommendation before?
There's been one that was voted no recommendation.
Yeah. I mean, it's not something we do lightly, I should say.
And we've, there's been, I'd say typically, most of them are favorable, but there's been several that have been unfavorable. I mean,
Not very many that have gone with no recommendation.
I think I remember one.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that just tells you how, I'd say, conflicted this group is.
If someone else wants to make a different motion, I would withdraw.
Well, I mean, you'd have, I'm just, okay, I mean, I guess the question,
We gotta take some
So
action
we have to
tonight.
go ahead and vote
Yeah.
on this.
Well, I agree, there's parts of it that are along 421, I think are appropriate. There's other parts that I think we are not so comfortable with, and so maybe this is a good middle point.
I think if it wasn't in the, was it strongly, what's the term in? Strongly discouraged area. That's where I struggle with it. I mean, I think if this came to us just as a normal PUD, no consideration for any of that, I think this is something that probably would be recommended. But I think with the airport comprehensive plan addendum, that's where I struggle. All right, so we've got a motion and a second on a no recommendation to the town council. I guess
With commitments.
and the petitioner has offered to provide commitments with that no recommendation, if that is approved. Mike, would you please take roll?
Nick Plopper.
Aye.
Andrew Cossack.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Kendrick Davis.
Aye.
Jim Hurst.
Nay.
David Franz.
Nay.
Okay, that's 1, 2,
5 to
3,
2.
4, 5 to 2.
So it'll go forward to the town council with a no recommendation with commitments. I would tell you to show up at with the town council, for those of you who would want to show up, they typically allow 3 people to talk for 3 minutes. So if you want to go and, present to them, I would say you've got to consolidate down to a couple, 3 people. So,
And just since everybody's here and engaged, Wednesday, April 9th, from 4:30 to 6:30 here upstairs is as a next step, Community Strategies Open House for the new comprehensive plan. So please come to that. You're obviously engaged, you want to be involved. Please come put your input in. Wednesday, April 9th, 4:30 to 6:30 is going to be the Community Strategies Open House for the comprehensive plan, so.
Well, we can't have these conversations. Appreciate it. Thank you guys very much. There's 67 square miles. There's 67 square miles. I don't think we're- Exit, if everybody needs a break. And then I think we're going to have to vote to suspend rules to go beyond 10 o'clock.
How long break? I recommend no recommendation.
5 minutes once everybody gets out.
play.
Hopefully, the rest of these things are a little bit more boring than the last one. But let's see. First off, I think we're going to have a motion to suspend rules to begin hearings beyond 10 o'clock. So is there a motion to do that?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed by nay. All right, so we've got that out of the way. So next on the docket, continued from last month, is 2024-81DP, cottages at Zionsville Memory Care, 6863 West Stonegate Drive, Zionsville. Development plan for a memory care facility on a .55 plus minus acre parcel being zoned rural professional business, PB. Roger.
Thank you. Similar to last project, a lot of this was presented at last month's meeting, so I'll maybe be a little briefer than normal, but I'll try to highlight what changes have occurred. Again, this is a development plan approval for a 14-bed, 7,274 square foot, single-story memory care facility. On the screen in front of you is a location map showing it. It is located within the Stonegate subdivision. Would be accessed, it is north of East Whitestown Parkway or Oak Street. Kind of depends on where you stand as to what the name of the street is. But as you go into Stonegate, there is an access easement branching off of West Stonegate Drive that will be providing vehicular access to the subject site. Adjacent to this, or surrounding the site, we have the previously approved and to be constructed Atwater self-storage facility, which will be located on this parcel. We do have an existing medical office building immediately to the west of the subject site. We have another office building to the southwest of the site and a vacant parcel immediately south of the subject property. From the last meeting, there have been some slight revisions to the site plan, also revisions to the building elevations, and one of the bigger items of discussion last time was the parking that was being provided for this facility. This size of facility for a memory care is based on the number of patients, and the ordinance would require that they provide 4 parking spots for this facility. The site plan presented at that time did provide 4, but there was still question as to whether that was sufficient or not. The petitioner has since provided a license agreement with the owner of the adjacent parcel to the west, where they will provide up to minimum of 2 unreserved parking spaces out of their parking lot that could be used if additional parking is needed for this memory care facility. Now, how has that license agreement affected the site plan? Minimally, but they have now provided a walkway along portion of the proposed building that would lead back and connect to that parking facility, because that was one question that was raised by Planning Commission at the last meeting, was even if there was additional parking next door, how would people get from those parking spaces into the memory care facility? So this sidewalk along the western side of the building is an attempt to address that. That is the change in the site plan. The change in the building elevations is that the Stonegate Property Owners Association approached the petitioner and said, we'd like to see some changes to your building. Most kind of none dramatic other than kind of the color. Originally, this was proposed to be a white brick building. It's now red. It was going to be white brick with then windows trimmed in black. This is now changed to a red brick building. Windows are trimmed in white with white fascia. There had been a bay window at this location that had a copper roof above it. That has been pulled back in and is now just, it is the proposed facades that you see. And again, this was based upon a request by the Stonegate Property Owners Association. Those are the 3 changes. Again, the changes to the building elevations, the minor change to the site plan by providing the sidewalk to connect to the adjacent parking lot, and then the license agreement itself between the two ownerships. Staff does support approval of the development plan, noting the following: that final signage plans would need to be submitted for review and approval by staff, and that the license agreement be recorded upon the closing of the acquisition of this lot. We'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you, Roger. Does the petitioner, are the petitioner present? Do you have anything to add? All right. Please state your name and address.
My name is Drew Tharp. I'm with Gutwein Law, 300 North Meridian in Indianapolis. I can keep review brief here. Roger did a good job of covering the changes. The one other minor change we made that was requested last month was that our light post was taller than the surrounding properties, so we dropped that down to 15 feet as requested. I can also speak to a few questions that were asked last month that at the time I didn't have answers for, but do now. As Roger stated, we will have a maximum of 14 patients or residents here. All of our residents will be in the early stages of memory issues, early stages of dementia, Alzheimer's. Still fairly independent, but in need of additional assistance from time to time. So there was questions asked about meal preparation and staff responsibilities related to that. Residents will actually be doing their own cooking. We intend for this to feel and operate much like a residential home. These residents are still self-sufficient enough to handle their own cooking, laundry, bathing. This is not a skilled nursing facility. Staff may assist with those tasks from time to time as needed, but we anticipate that residents will be able to handle those tasks themselves with minimal supervision and assistance. In the event that becomes an issue and a resident is unable to take care of themselves in that way, they'll need to move on to a skilled nursing facility at that point or find another solution. Otherwise, as Roger said, the only other changes were made were to add the sidewalk connecting the two parking lots and to update the exterior elevations in collaboration with the Stonegate Property Owners Association.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody from the public who would like to comment on this matter? Being none, anybody, Planning Commission members, have any questions, comments?
Question for Roger. At what number of beds do they require an additional parking space? What's the calculation there?
The calculation is one spot for every 4 residents.
Okay.
So they would need to get one more space, they would have to be 17.
17, yep. So can we get a commitment from the petitioner that this facility will not exceed 16 so that the parking stays? I mean, there's a lot of square feet in this building that over time theoretically could evolve to more bedrooms, more beds, whatever. Some of them are singles, some of them are doubles. They could convert singles to doubles, that kind of thing. So I think a commitment that they understand that the cap is 16, that in 10 years from now they really cannot exceed that amount and still be in compliance with the zoning ordinance.
Would be okay with that? Yes.
That'd be 16 beds or 16 residents?
It's 16 beds.
16 beds.
Is my understanding.
The terminology in the parking requirement is residents.
Okay, 16, no more than 16 residents, then I stand corrected, thank you.
Okay.
I was going to ask our attorney if you've taken a look at the document for the adjacent property, the parking. There's a parking agreement with the neighboring properties that allows them to have additional parking spaces.
Yeah, the license agreement, I have not seen that. I was kind of looking for it to see if it was part of the packet, but I don't not see it.
It's fairly brief.
Would be Exhibit 7 of the staff report.
Okay.
I didn't, and I may have missed it, but
No, there it is.
I'm not sure if it said in perpetuity. At some point, can that be changed, and therefore no longer do they have access to those parking spaces? Again, my hope would be is that that agreement is in perpetuity.
I believe that it is, but let me confirm that quickly.
Section 6.2 of the license agreement says
Thank
that
you.
this agreement will run with the land and binds all future successors and assigns.
Okay, good, great.
Have been recorded?
It
It
will
would
be
be.
recorded upon closing of the acquisition of the property.
One of the things that just dawned on me is the language, I think, says 2 or more parking spaces. So again, I don't know what the requirements are for the neighboring parking lot, but in the town's zoning ordinance, it actually says that if 2 properties are sharing parking, is that that the total number of parking spaces still has to meet the minimum parking spaces. So if they have 10 extra spaces beyond what they really need, that's fine, but I'm not sure if we've looked into what the neighboring properties' requirements are for parking. Because if they have 20, I think, and if they are required to have 20, you can't really borrow them based on the ordinance. So I was going to ask staff if you've looked into that.
This is one of those unique properties that when it was improved, it was under the county's jurisdiction. Back in, I believe, 2007 is when this was developed. And so unfortunately, I don't have the records, or at least access to those records, as to what standards were applied to the approval of the existing facility.
Parking license is between petitioner and just one of the adjacent parcels?
Yes.
And it doesn't affect the undeveloped parcel? It just is between the petitioner and the one neighbor?
Yes.
Correct.
I'm just saying that legally, like the ordinance, following the ordinance, they would, did we not adopt the county's ordinance? And so what they approved it under theoretically is the same as what the town of Zionsville currently has?
Yeah. When you took in these areas and kind of piecemealed, you took in Eagle and Union Townships, and so then you initially adopted the county zoning ordinance, just
By
so
reference,
everybody,
yeah.
yeah, by reference, and then obviously you've updated yours several times since then. But initially, it was the county zoning ordinance. What is the?
So the rural standard for parking says 1 space per 2 employees plus 3 spaces per doctor. That would be the most applicable to this neighboring property. I have no idea how many doctors or employees they have to judge that, but
I would just add as a note that the supplying of 2 additional parking spaces is not an attempt to meet the parking requirement for this medical facility, for this use. So I don't know if that's
Sure.
I don't know if that's an important nuance or not.
yeah. But if they're using it for their operations on a regular basis, it does theoretically take away from viable spaces there.
And they may or may not be using them.
Yeah, we know that, yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing else I had is if you look at the site plan, that if you look at the parking spaces from left to right and number them, so 1, 2, 3, 4, the 4th one's the handicap space. The first one, I just look at how do you get in and out of that? Like it's a, most people when you pull out of a 45-degree parking space, you're lining up to go forward. And in this case, you're backing up. You're really close to that curb. So if parking space 2 has an SUV or a pickup truck in it, you're going to have a hard time making that corner and getting into that space. So I was going to ask if staff had looked at that at all for logistically, if that's really feasible or not.
Staff did look at that, and our approach initially, we shared the same concern. However, it was also pointed out that to pull into the spot, we believe there's ample room to do that without much difficulty. And to get out, yeah, you initially think you want to back out with the back end coming in this direction so you can then pull straight forward. However, one could back out in this direction and then pull on around.
Do that, do you have the visibility of cars coming in and out?
That
It's
is a-
just, it's
That
not,
is a fair question.
it's not a, I think those bushes are gonna suffer some damage along that property line.
Something we talked about last month in this discussion, and then my colleagues and I reviewed in the weeks that followed, is, you know, what other options do we possibly have to realign this parking lot to add additional spaces? We looked at, you know, shifting the building north, cutting into the square footage to reduce that angle in the lot, make them, you know, directly vertical spots. We looked at shifting parking to the west side of the lot, mirroring what the neighboring lot has. The only, you know, once you get to the place where you're adding 5 or 6 parking spots, not adding, but getting to 5 or 6 parking spots, you're reducing the square footage of the building by a minimum of 1,000 square feet, at which point it's no longer an economically viable development for the petitioner, which is how we ended back here, and with the additional license agreement with the neighbor to go above and beyond the parking requirements.
Narrow lot. One other question for, well, I'll hold for a minute.
Those parking spots 27 feet deep?
Because they're 45-degree angles.
Because they're at the 45, it's at,
Yeah, they're legally not allowed to use the sidewalk that, like a front bumper would overlap. They cannot use that as part of their parking space. They should have, I think the ordinance says they have to have stop blocks, whatever you, to prevent those from, cars from projecting over the sidewalk. So, Roger, we got a letter opposing this project. I think it was from the orthodontics, the business, but then we have an agreement that's from the property owner. Is that correct?
That is correct. The letter, there were 2 letters of remonstrance. One that was supplied for the last hearing in February, and then it was updated most recently. Both letters are from the tenant of the adjacent building, orthodontist, where the license agreement is not between that practitioner, but the owner of the building, who I believe occupies the other portion of the building. The existing building, I believe, houses two practices.
And there's nothing in our ordinance when it comes to facility staff parking requirements like there is for the physician's office, is that correct?
For the other building?
For this building, there are no requirements to accommodate staff parking.
The requirement of 1 space for every 4 residents is to also include the staff parking. So there's no additional requirement. There's no additional requirement for staff.
And what is your staff to patient ratio?
We'll have 2 staff members on site at all times during the day, potentially only 1 at night. But generally speaking, during waking hours, there will be 2 staff members on site. We anticipate 2 to 3 visitors a day, based on our operators' prior experience in this field.
For those that weren't here last month, maybe read the minutes and all, but I just wanted to, I wanted to point out again that if this were any other land use in this ordinance, they would have to have 3, 4, 5 times more parking spaces. It's just, there's kind of a unique situation that we have this particular land use, and I've looked at other ordinances, and this is the most generous one I've found, meaning that asks for so few parking spaces per bed. And maybe that was just an oversight on, these facilities are typically much bigger and you would end up having 20 or some parking spaces, but the size of this one, this is the required minimum. But they cannot adaptively reuse this building legally for anything else. And that's the part that bugs me the most, honestly, is that if this ever evolves to something else, they're going to be illegal with this few of parking spaces.
I've litigated this issue before with a client that wanted to develop a parcel that was laid out just like this with 3, 4 buildings in a square like this, and the issue is over parking. So this one I'm particularly sensitive about, and also because my mother has Alzheimer's, and I wish that she had more visitors. And this is not encouraging that type of treatment plan, for lack of a better expression, but we need more facilities like this. They're starting to pop up in very strange places. There's a lot of people that are trying to build memory care units that are in residential neighborhoods, and get special exceptions to operate those kinds of facilities in places where they don't belong. So I think this is a good location, as far as the zoning and what it is. I just wish it had more parking spaces.
Yeah, my concern is this almost loophole, like you'd be able to fit a pretty large building in some pretty tight spaces with these requirements, parking.
Well, this person isn't before us, but I'm concerned about whoever comes to develop this 4th parcel, and, ultimately, I think there needs to be a parking easement amongst all 4 parcels there, but that's not what we're being asked to consider tonight, so. I just think this issue is going to be pervasive with this property for a long time.
That's certainly fair, and my counter, as I discussed last month, but my counter to the concerns about other uses is, as Mr. Johnson said, you'll have any other use, you'll have 3-4 times more parking required. At that point, you're left with a parking lot and no building. There is no other use that fits on this small of a lot that is an economically feasible development with that can meet those higher parking standards.
Yeah, I mean, your neighboring property has a 5,000 square foot building and plenty of parking outside. I understand that you need 7,000 square feet, but did you pick the right size lot for it?
I guess the question I have is, really, you can't say no to this project because it does meet the parking standards. Would that be correct?
It does meet the minimum parking standard, yes.
So, I disagree that it meets the intent, the spirit of the comprehensive plan, and that is one of our findings of fact. We have parking that's unusual at best as far as how that parking space number 1, persons get in and out of that. I dread to see a person of age that maybe is not a stellar driver trying to get in and out of that space. I myself would fall into that category sometimes.
I move that docket number 2024-81-DP Development Plan for a 14-bed memory care facility be approved based on the findings in the staff report and staff recommendations And final signage plans submitted for staff review and approval.
For a second.
Second.
Can we amend that to include no more than 16 residents?
Commitment.
Or commitment, I'm sorry, to no more than 16 residents?
We also get confirmation that the neighboring property actually has spaces to loan out. I mean, our ordinance says that they can't loan them out if they're at their minimum.
They make the second. Whoever
Yeah.
made the second, I guess, would be that.
What do you need me to do, Josh?
Would you agree with no more than 16 residents and on a condition that they do have the available parking?
Yeah, if my agreement is needed, you have it.
I would just point out one other thing in that agreement. It does say 2 or more, so theoretically, they could use 10. It's not, I would rather it be capped at 2 or capped at 3 or something, so it can't go beyond that. But theoretically, the way the agreement's written, they could have 10, which you don't know if it's going to meet the ordinance, the borrowing from the neighbor, when it's infinite. It's a minimum of 2. So personally, I'd rather see that agreement be revised to cap it so we know what the maximum is and know if it meets the ordinance.
Maximum 2?
I'd rather it say something like that. 2, 3, 4, whatever that number is, but I don't think the intent is for the Plan Commission to authorize 10.
Are we out of bounds trying to tell people what they can agree to in a private parking license?
It's in our ordinance. You can't
The number of spots is in
you
the
can't lease
ordinance.
out your
but-
spaces to another business and be under the minimum that you're required to have.
The number of spots is the number of spots, and it fits the ordinance. So if they want to have a private agreement, a parking easement,
No,
that's.
but he's talking about the people who are leasing them the space. So if they, let's say they're required to have 20, they can't commit 2 to somebody else.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's gonna be an issue, and it's gonna get forced when the next developer comes in for the fourth parcel that isn't built yet. So I don't know if that's up for us to decide. I mean, I would like to prevent it, because I've been through that, and it's no fun.
Well, I mean, you could state, contingent upon the maximum number of spaces that can be dedicated to, or maximum number of spaces that can be used by the petitioner is limited to a number that does not, violate code.
Correct.
So if it's 2, it's 2. If it's 3, it's 3, or something along that line, so.
But again, I think there should be a cap, not
Right, yeah,
open-ended.
you'd say limited to the number of spaces that would not violate code. All right, so we had a motion
Sorry.
that started out, was a motion read, you wanted to add what to it down there?
No more than 16 residents.
No more than 16 residents. And then contingent upon verification that the lease agreement between the petitioner and the adjacent property owner for parking spaces does not violate ordinance, Zionsville ordinance. So, and then you can set the number based upon whatever that ordinance says it can be. So that'll be, this thing will be contingent upon that. So somebody's gonna have to do some research on that tomorrow and make sure that it works.
The sections 194.11, section E, capital E.
All right, so do you accept those changes?
Yeah.
And
I
do you accept those changes as a
Yes.
second? All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Do we want to add some more?
Is this setting a precedence, or has this, like an agreement like this for, this happened before?
Yeah, I think we've had, I mean.
The ordinance allows it.
We had it just right out here. Right out here. Yeah.
I think
When that gets
we've
developed,
promised
yeah.
the same parking spaces in the village 2 or 3 times. During my tenure.
I know, we actually have one out here.
Out here with
It's
the-
developed, so they can.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we did out right in front of the building here, right?
Yeah, yeah, we have a license agreement for it.
All right, so we have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Mike, would you please take roll?
Nick Plopper.
Aye.
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
David Franz.
Aye.
Kendrick Davis.
Aye.
Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Andrew Cossack.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Aye.
7-0, it's contingently approved, subject to finding out that one little bit of information.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next on the docket is,
Case if you're running.
there it goes.
We did that.
2025-05 DPA Advent Evangelical Lutheran Church, Advent Lutheran Church Building Addition, 11250 North Michigan Road, Zionsville, Development Plan Amendment for a 2-story, 14,150 plus-minus square foot addition to the existing worship building, being in the urban office, BO district, and within the urban Michigan Road overlay. Who's handling that? Roger?
Me again.
All right.
I was the lucky winner tonight.
Yeah.
As mentioned, this is a development plan amendment request for a 2-story addition to the existing worship center. The footprint of the proposed addition is just over 14,000 square feet. For location and orientation purposes, on the screen have a location map. This is the entire site of the Advent Lutheran Church. To the north is the Timber Ridge subdivision. To the east, we've got the Longbrook subdivision, and to the south, we've got the Domain Apartments. Immediately to the east of the site, this is actually the county line between Hamilton and Boone County. So this portion of the Advent site is within Carmel's jurisdiction, and there's obviously Michigan Road with Bennett Parkway here along the south side of the site. Moving on to the zoning map, the subject site is zoned BO, or office business. Again, we have residential RSF2 up to the north. We have RMF2 to the south and directly to the west of the subject site. The site currently supports a roughly 33,000 square foot building, which is the building and school for the Advent Evangelical Lutheran Church. This property was first developed under the jurisdiction of Boone County. There are items such as parking and portions of the existing building that are deemed legal non-conforming structures due to differences in the two entities' zoning standards. Going to move forward here. The petitioner seeks approval through this development plan amendment for a 2-story building addition, which would contain a multi-purpose room, classrooms, a storage room, warming kitchen, locker rooms, restrooms, offices, and other support spaces. On the screen in front of you is the site plan, and from this point forward, I'm really going to focus in on what I've outlined in red, because that is where the proposed improvements are really taking place on the site. Whoops. Here, again, zooming in a little bit tighter, I've outlined the existing building configuration, and then outlined in red what is proposed to be added to it. This project has also already been before the Board of Zoning Appeals, and it received 2 development standards from the board on March 5th. First is for the architectural design and building material requirements of the Michigan Road overlay. The second development standards variance was a reduction in the side yard setback along the northern portion of the site. Through the BZA process, the petitioner agreed to provide a screening fence and a level B landscape buffer along a portion of the northern property line. The screening fence and buffer are depicted on the submitted landscape plans. Specifically, looking at the drawing here, they're proposing it is a 6-foot tall fence that would run along this northern property line, and then they are also proposing plantings, level B plantings in front of that. There are, as a part of this building addition, there are some minor changes to parking area out in this area where they had perpendicular parking there. They're now doing some parallel parking in that area. They are still well above the required parking for this project, even with the building addition. They are also doing some screening of light standards in this area to better protect the neighboring residences to the north of the site. This is an enlargement of the proposed landscape plan. Again, this is showing the enhanced landscaping level B along this area of the site. They've gone through and done the required foundation plantings around the proposed building addition. And in addition to those plantings, out on the far western portion of the site, as part of our landscape requirements, if they're going to improve a part of the building, they also have to make sure that the perimeter landscaping is addressed, and they've identified that in this area with some additional plantings. They're going to be doing tree inventory to see what's dead, what's diseased, and what could be removed. But again, they are prepared to put in the buffer planting in this area as it corresponds to the area that is being improved with the building addition. The elevations of the proposed addition, this is the west elevation, which is the most prominent. This area of the addition, which has a flat roof, that is going to be the multi-purpose room. And again, this building received the development standards variance to deviate away from the Zionsville theme, but they are continuing to match exterior building materials on this addition to that of the existing building. So all the siding materials are going to be the same. Stone veneer is going to be the same. It is designed, the building addition is designed to flow seamlessly from existing to new. The flat roof area of the multipurpose room is going to have a parapet so that any roof-mounted equipment will be appropriately screened from view. Staff does support the development plan amendment with the only requirement being that final signage plans be submitted for staff. They are showing some very basic signage here above the entryway just to identify the entry to the school. And there was one other place here on the site plan, I'm going to go back to it, where they're proposing a monument sign. I believe it is down in this area. But again, we don't have the details for that yet. So at this stage of the game, we just need to make sure that any sign they submit will meet the standards of the zoning ordinance. If it does not, they will have to go back before the BZA for a variance of sign regulations. With that, I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Roger. Does the petitioner have anything to add?
Good evening. Derek Snyder with Crossroad Engineers, 115 North 17th Avenue, Beech Grove, Indiana. I had a quick 200-slide PowerPoint presentation, but I'll spare you guys that. Roger did a great job of introducing the project. So I do have the PowerPoint, and I can touch on some site history if you want. Just to give you a little bit of background on Advent, I'll go very quickly in respect of everyone's time. So Advent Lutheran Church was founded in 1993 and is home to over 685 members. Since their founding almost 30 years ago, they have continued to experience gradual growth in that time frame. So the site it functions in two components. They have the church congregation, and the school. Advent's early childhood program was established in 1999 to offer preschool and half-day kindergarten education to students aged 2 to 5. Obviously, I think as many people know, Indiana has a shortage of preschools, and Advent has proudly provided that service to Zionsville and the surrounding communities since, in the last 25, 26 years. Advent's classical school program was established in 2022 to offer private learning environment for 1st through 8th grade students. The development plan that we're requesting approval of for tonight is necessary to accommodate the school's anticipated and continued growth, beginning with the 2026 and 2027 school year. Roger, if you could just skip to maybe page, the 5th slide, maybe? I think that's the staff report.
I know that you sent it to me. I'm having trouble finding it.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I can briefly touch on the site history. So as Roger alluded to, this property was actually developed under Boone County jurisdiction. The property, the initial phase of the development was developed in the mid-90s prior to the town of Zionsville annexing it. So it was master planned under the Boone County jurisdiction at that time. Phase 1 of the church and the parking lot south of the building was constructed in the late 90s with the future expansion anticipated at that time. And then phase 2 was constructed in 2000 and consisted of the first building addition there on the west side, as well as the parking along the north and west of the building. So in contemplation of the master plan, the area that's earmarked for this this proposed building addition is consistent with that master plan. And as Roger had alluded to, we have received BZA approval for the side yard setback variance, and the conditions that are applicable to that approval are reflected in the site plan. So if you have any questions, I will gladly answer them.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Is there anybody from the public like to speak on this matter?
My name is John Sladden. My family and I live at 985 Tilson Drive, approximately 50 feet from this new gymnasium that they're building. My family and I ask that you deny the approval or continue it so that we can negotiate a reduction of the harm that will result from the conflicting use of a gym right next to a house. And a new use as well. This is so the zoning ordinance does not allow schools. It allows kindergarten. They have 8th graders there now, and they're going on to middle school and beyond, I assume. This is a new use. So the current ordinance doesn't allow this, but it allows it as a religious use. That's an issue in itself because it allows a religious school, but not a school that's not religious. So it differentiates based on the content of speech. So that's something I think you should look into. Also, because of the conflicting uses, this has caused harm over the past 3 years, which we went into detail at the variance hearings. It will continue to cause more harm because of the greater intensity of the use with more students and older students, which is probably the reason the ordinance doesn't allow high schools right next to a house in an office zoning area. It should be a buffer between more intensive uses like that and houses. It'll impact our property value, and we have the noise impacts that we've been dealing with before. A board fence, that you can see through, is not going to help at all. And putting no parking signs on our parking spaces that are just like 10 feet from our property line isn't going to make a difference either. But so improvements this significant require compliance with the current ordinance. I know that we use the language of amending the development plan, but that's the Boone County plan under different zoning, I believe. So the idea, it's 14,000 square feet on the ground floor, but it's a 2-story improvement. I think it's around 50% of the existing building. So if they could just bring into compliance like the parking is right next to our house, and that's been a source of the problems. Just as an aside, the 6-foot front fence that they're proposing is in a front yard. I think that requires a variance. But the other thing that I wanted to talk about, I guess my biggest concern, I'm pro-religion. I went to seminary, as I did think Mike Dale did as well. I went to a Baptist one, and I know if I were on a committee that was considering a Baptist thing, I would be concerned. If I went to a Missouri Synod seminary, and the board was going to base its decision on what I said, I would probably recuse myself. Because how would you, it would be hard to vote against your small religious sect, I think, in something like this. So I think that's an issue that is worth mentioning here. Because even if it's not, I mean, I'm sure he's very professional and all that, but my perception is that it has seemed very biased. I work for a real estate development company, and I do these hearings, and I've never seen one. I'm usually asking to put a factory on agricultural land near houses, and I'm usually having to, the board, or the planning staff, is making all these recommendations to minimize the harm. There were no recommendations for harm in this case. As if, I haven't even, I went into detail about how I couldn't even sleep there because of the dumpsters being emptied in the middle of the night. And they've made changes, in anticipation of this hearing. But what about the past 3 years? And what about the next tenants or something? This approval is going to be there for a long time. So, and the other issue is one of the hindrances to coming to an agreement was the position of the staff that they weren't required to do, that the petitioner wasn't required to do anything. That kind of ended our discussion. I think we were making progress. And then Mr. Dale just said that they're not really, they can't force you to do anything. So they did what they wanted to, I think, which was a bright white fence, which is going to look horrible next to Timber Ridge, which has, known for trees or whatever. And nothing further. I want to take your time.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody else like to comment?
Greetings. My name is John Becker. I'm an attorney for the church. Is this the proper time to speak in response to what was just said?
Sure.
Okay. So I think we would like to paint the record correctly. A lot of the things, it was difficult to follow because I think he was talking about things that were brought up already at the BZA hearing. There was actually a continuance, and the church went out of its way to make this neighbor happy. One of the things that is not understandable is inflicting use of a gym. It's a gym, it's a school. There's no plans, I understand, for anything above 8th grade at this point.
That's correct.
And so we're talking about the joy of little kids playing basketball, whatever they do, these days in the gym. It's hard to understand how the construction of a gym is going to impact the neighbors. This is an enclosed structure. The kids are only going to be there probably 4 to 5, 6 hours a day at most. They're not going to be there at night. The other thing he's trying to say is the zoning ordinance does not allow the use of the church. He raised that issue at the BZA hearing. The BZA disagreed. I think within the staff report got it right. Makes this comment, more students cause harm. Unless we stop having babies, we're going to have more students. And we need these schools. We've obviously got a shortage at this point of daycares and childcare. The church is picking up that slack. And so the legislature is promoting daycares and childcare. This church is trying to do exactly that. And so the public policy about not allowing a church to expand, to allow kids to be there, just doesn't make any sense. Impact to the property value, there's no qualification of that. No studies whatsoever. Churches are a good thing. Churches are good neighbors. This neighbor pretty much shuts down after maybe 5 or 6 o'clock, except for on a Wednesday night when they have service. Noise impact, again, let's go back to, yes, it's the noise of kids. If you live next to any of the Zionsville schools, you're going to have the noise of those kids. We don't stop building schools because you have kids outside in playgrounds. The town, for example, has playgrounds. There's going to be noise. You have pickleball, there's going to be noise. Basketball, there's going to be noise. I'm not understanding if you live close to 421 in Michigan Avenue, that road noise is certainly going to be higher than any noise that a child would make. No parking signs, not sure what that means. The church went out of their way to basically reduce the parking next to their house. And so there's no longer going to be parking next to their house. Again, I don't believe that they were required to do that, but they did that. 6-foot fence, we actually introduced that during the BZA. BZA did not require a variance. I'm assuming that you can look at those minutes. Regarding recusal, not following, I don't know who that was directed to. I don't think there's any conflict of interest. Obviously, I trust you're going to make the right decision. Regarding come to agreement, there was various phone calls. There was actually continuance from the first BZA meeting. There was a long telephone conversation with the neighbors. The church went above and beyond what they were required to do. And if you have any other questions, Keith, who is the church schools board president, could also speak.
Sure. Keith Mundrick, 11237 East High Grove here in Zionsville. If you'll indulge me for just a moment here, we are, on behalf of Advent, the school board, we're really excited about the school that we're building here, and I do want to convey that, even though it's 10:30 and it's past my bedtime. This is a church, as you saw, it was sort of designed to be constructed in phases as the demand for it grew and as the population of the area grew. And we had phase 1 back in the 90s, phase 2 around the turn of the century. And the area that was earmarked for this has always been held. It was designed for more classrooms and a gym when the need arose. And, you know, our prayers have been answered, and that now our school has seen the demand where we need this. And this is something that the 690 members of Advent are just thrilled about. And our school families, which also come from around Zionsville and outside of Advent, are excited about. And we're digging deep to make this happen. We had a consultant come in and give us a sort of analysis back in 2008, and he said Zionsville needs a private Christian school. There's huge demand for this here. The economy sort of happened in 2008 and 2009. It got tabled for about 10 years. We came back around 2018. I was on that committee. We got the consultant involved again, and he said, you guys really need to do this because Zionsville really wants something like this. And that's been our experience as we've launched it. And I know we had residential petitions. I think there are more residential petitions coming after this. We need schools here. And, you know, we're not trying to compete with the Zionsville Public Schools. It's just a different product, and we're excited to offer it. And so there's been huge demand for it. And we're all, you know, we're not a developer here trying to, you know, build a strip mall, make a buck. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but we're digging really deep to make this happen. We're volunteering tons of our time, tons of our money, capital campaign. And, you know, we had this continuance at the BZA. We had plenty of good faith conversations with the remonstrator. We made expensive changes to our plans for the sake of the remonstrator. And we're trying to be good neighbors. We want everyone to feel respected. And we're very proud of what we've submitted. And we're happy to answer any questions that you guys may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the Planning Commission, any questions, comments?
Can I just ask for clarity? What's our role here as far as what's the, this is a development plan, of course, but what latitude, are we just confirming that it meets the ordinance? Is that
Yes,
pretty much
yeah. So
okay.
Unlike a rezoning development plan approval is a ministerial act, and so as long as it meets the requirements. Sorry.
Please. Thank you. Findings of fact.
Yeah, development plan approval, if it meets the zoning ordinance, it's a ministerial action.
Right. And then just a quick question for our attorney as well as, does RLUIPA come into play here that we need to be careful with?
It's always in play.
Yes. Well, I just wondered if you had any advice for us on how to converse about this.
I would defer to staff's recommendation in that it meets the requirements of the zoning ordinance and avoid it if possible.
I'm sorry, I missed his question. I heard your answer, but I missed.
There's federal law called, it's just referred to as RLUIPA laws, but it's the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons
I'm caught
Act.
up enough now.
Okay,
Thank
yeah,
you.
okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Basically says the churches are permitted in residential zoning districts and just about.
No, I am caught up now. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, I just literally didn't hear your comment.
Real quick, was the reference to recusing, was that to you, Mike?
Yes.
Okay. Roger, I mean, the staff did the report, correct?
Right.
Okay.
and I was going to make a similar comment. I've now worked with the staff for a couple of years. We decide what's in front of us based on the facts. But I will tell you, petitioners, you lose any goodwill you might build by attacking town staff. It's a mistake.
Petitioners and remonstrators.
Thank you.
Yes. I didn't bring it up in the one that we talked about earlier, but I appreciate seeing 181 pages of letters of interest on the Union Woodland project, but people lose validity when they threaten the planning commission. Other than that, this petition, I remember hearing it in the Board of Zoning Appeals, they're right. The church has made tremendous conditions to satisfy the remonstrator. They kind of, in my opinion, kind of went above and beyond on it, so.
It looks like most of the stuff that's in red on the one document, are those the concessions? It's been circled in red? Is that pretty much the concessions? The white fence and the trees and all that stuff?
Pretty much, yeah. We ran about 500 feet. Our engineer can give me the exact number, about 500 feet of fencing. And then there's sort of was a buffer kind of already right in front of the remonstrator's home. And then we're filling that in with, I think it's level B landscape. There were a couple of lights in the parking area that the remonstrator at the BZA stage complained about light getting into his home, and we've agreed to shield those lights that he identified. We made some changes to trash collection, and we'd made a number of changes to things like the bell volume over the past couple of years.
Would tend to agree you guys went above and beyond.
Thank
so
you.
Thank you. Anything else beyond this? Further discussion? Motion?
I move that docket number 2025-05-DP, Development Plan Amendment for a two-story, 14,150 square foot footprint addition to the existing worship building being in the Urban Office BO District and within the Urban Michigan Road Overlay be approved based on the findings in the staff report and staff recommendations. Final signage plan submitted for staff review and approval.
I'd second it.
What was that?
Couple of us. Yeah.
Is that Brad?
whatever.
Any further discussion? Mike, would you please take roll?
Jim Hurst.
Aye.
Brad Johnson.
Aye.
Nick Plopper.
Aye.
Andrew Cossé. Josh Fedor.
Aye.
Kendrick Davis.
Aye.
David Franz.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much. Next on the docket,
I just go back to the previous,
Brad has a question.
Roger asked us to sign the previous.
we have to wait until, I think we gotta
Doesn't
wait.
this have to be revised? Or how does that get done?
We got to confirm it was contingent upon the resolution of the parking issue.
You're right.
And then we added the commitment for no
No
maximum
more than
number of
16
16 residents.
residents. So we wait till next month to sign this after it's revised?
That'll be fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
Sorry
you.
for interrupting.
No,
Just
no
wanted to
problem.
get that concluded.
I was thinking about that too, but, all right, so, next on the docket, 2025-06 DP, Mark Gradison, Holiday Towns LLC, Holiday Farms East Townhomes, 3911 South US Highway 421, development plan for 44 townhomes within 8 buildings on 3.92 acres being zoned Holiday Farms PUD. Jody?
This one is mine, but since Roger has been doing such a great job on that, if they want to continue to speak, it's fine with me. Okay. No takers. Yeah, this is a development plan approval for Holiday Farms East Townhomes. The slide now is basically the location of the subject site, US 421. This is the Century Senior Living, and this is the existing senior, or interactive academy. Holiday Farms started out on the west side of 421, and this part was rezoned to be included into the Holiday Farms PUD in 2023. The next slide shows the zoning. It's Holiday Farms PUD. The development plan is for a proposal of 44 townhomes on a 3.9 acre parcel. This is in the central mixed-use block of the PUD, which does permit attached single-family homes. The overall density of this site is 11.2 units per acre. The maximum density, according to the PUD, is 12 units per acre, so we squeak in underneath that one. So this was mostly included in your packet, but you can see they've included the site plan and then the landscaping plan and the building elevations. Staff would like to note that we are still waiting on approval from the Holiday Farms Architectural Review Board. They sign off on architecture and they give us an approval letter. We don't have that yet, but we would expect to get that before building permits are issued. And there is still a minor drainage flood routing question from DPW, so we are recommending a conditional approval on this one. I'm happy to answer questions or turn it over to the petitioner.
All right, so you said you're waiting on the Architectural Review Board. Okay, so we've went through this before.
Mm-hmm.
These are two independent decisions. So we can approve this regardless of what the Architectural Review Board does, because it's up to them if they want. I mean, they're not contingent upon each other. They're two independent decisions.
Right.
So, all right. We've been through that before. All right, so would the petitioner like to comment on this? Anything to add? If they're
I'm actually online.
Okay.
You can hear me?
Yep.
Thankfully, in the comfort of my living room. I should normally be in bed at this time, but happy to still be here. And appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight. Jody did a great job describing what we're looking for here in light of the time and everybody else's time. I believe we meet all the requirements of the underlying Holiday Farms PUD and any other ordinance requirements, so we'd ask for your approval of this development plan, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
So this is Mark Gradison, correct?
No, Adam Mears, sorry, I'm with Gradison.
Oh, okay. So can we get your name and address for the record?
Sure. I'm Adam Mears. I'm with Gradison Land Development. Our office
Okay,
is
there
at
it is.
6330 East 75th Street, Suite 156 in Indianapolis, 46250.
Okay, thanks. Does everybody on the public like to comment on this matter? All right. Anybody on the Plan Commission? Questions, comments?
There was one letter of interest that was included with our materials, and he referenced in his letter the corner. Was that meant for the other petition, or was he talking about this one? It's not a corner, right? So I was just.
Yeah, there were a couple of letters that were sent because there are two very similar development plans here. So I may have included one in the wrong packet.
Yeah, I don't want to, Jody's been incredible, but I would say there were two letters that came in. One of them was applicable to us that just said they would prefer it to be open space, and the other one was applicable to something you're going to hear a little later on.
Any other questions, comments? If not, is there a motion on this matter?
I move that docket number 2025-06-DP Development Plan for Holiday Farms East Townhomes be conditionally approved, subject to resolution of items noted within the comments letter, Exhibit 5, and staff recommendations and finding and facts.
A second.
Second? All right. Kendrick. Any further discussion? Mike, would you please take roll?
Josh Fedor,
Aye.
Kendrick Davis,
Aye.
Jim Hurst,
Aye.
David Franz,
Aye.
Andrew Cossack,
Aye.
Brad Johnson,
Aye.
Nick Plopper.
Aye.
Motion is approved.
Thank you all very much. Have a good night.
Thank you. All right, so now we'll get to go to the next page. So docket 2025-09DP, Doug Kelly, Holiday Farms, Block 1 Townhomes, 1310 South US 421, Zionsville Development Plan for 20 townhomes within 5 buildings on 2.63 acres in the Holiday Farm PUD. Jody again?
Yes. Much like the one we just heard, this is part of the Holiday Farms PUD. You can see it is at the corner of 420. Oh, sorry. I can see it just fine. Sorry. It is at the corner of 421 and Willow Road as part of the overall Holiday Farms PUD. Again, it's zoned Holiday Farms PUD, surrounded by residential zoning. The petitioner has submitted all of the necessary plans, site plans, landscaping, lighting, signage, and architecture. Again, we don't have a sign off from the Architectural Review Board, and we would expect to see that before we issue any building permits. This proposal is for 20 townhomes on 2.6 acres, so that comes in at a little over 7 units an acre. Again, the maximum density in this area of the PUD is 12 units per acre. And again, townhomes are a permitted use in this community residential block. There's the site itself. They've got a compliant landscaping plan. And the building elevations. The building materials are consistent with what's required by the PUD. And we are recommending approval.
All right, thank you. Is petitioner present? Do they have anything to add? Petitioner says he has nothing to add, for the record. At this point, he can answer questions if so he's asked. All right, anybody in the public like to comment on this matter?
Brad Vaughter, address 4471 Fulcry Circle. If she could pull up that map, I would appreciate it. I'm sorry I didn't bring any, but the one that shows the plan with the GPS even. My house is the triangle, 4471 Fulcry Circle's in Brittany Chase. My house is a big triangle right there that butts up to this proposed division. My biggest concern, honestly, I'd love to see it green space. I know a lot of the comments. I did submit a letter, but it was last Thursday night. Maybe it was too late to get it filed for you guys. But would really love to see it to be green space, but I understand as developers, I can't control what they do with their property. But one of my biggest concerns with that is the lane A that they've got. They've got no block on that. Of course, a little bit of trees and stuff there, but that's pointing right at my house. You know, and there's 2 houses right there in Brittany Chase. You know, and I never expected when I bought that house, I have 421 noise, we have that, understand that, I understand neighbors, it's all single-family houses on all sides of that, but I never expected a road would essentially dead end at my house. Like, I never thought that. What I put in my letter, what I'd really expect is them to put the same fascia covering the end of that road so it just looked like it was another unit right there kind of a thing. Just to be able to block, so it's cars, all the cars pulling in there, and I think they identified as Street A, all the cars coming in there, something to block that light. I also had requested that, maybe it's included, I didn't understand it, but the berm that they have along 421 there, it seems like they should continue that berm all the way down the same style that they have all the way around to Willow, you know, with the sidewalk, which I think is included. But they have a berm right there that is nice that they have that protecting, you know, their houses from their neighbors. But I would appreciate if they think a little more about their neighbors, I guess, in their development. But it obviously, it doesn't help also that Hinkie just doesn't take care of that property. If you drive along 421 there, you just see garbage. There's a lot of garbage on that property. That's what I see out my back windows. And it is what it is. I guess it's put a sour taste in my mouth. It probably doesn't have to do with this subdivision. So I honestly would love to see it develop so somebody would take care of that property. Because even contacting Hankey, they don't respond. And I've tried to contact Holiday Farms. I can't get a response either, just to take care of the edge of their property. And I assume if they develop it, they will take care of it. That would be nice. But I think that was my main concerns. I mean, mostly it's that road dead ending at my house, so.
All right, thank you.
And I do want to say thank you for your service. I realize you guys don't get paid enough, probably, so I appreciate your time, appreciate your service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trent Torrance, my address currently is 14450 Shrawley Court in Carmel, but I want to preface that with I've lived 13 years prior to that in Cobblestone Lakes, and we're just renting as we're building a home in Holiday Farms right now, so long-term resident of Zionsville. But if you look at that map, and actually if you could pull the one up that has the parking spots on it, our lot is N24, which is the sort of odd-shaped lot that butts up to this, development. And when we bought the lot, we were told it was fully disclosed, townhomes were going in that corner. That was no surprise to us. But we were shown maps of it, and it never had that triangular appendage that it's grown now on it, where the turnaround is. And I think from talking to the developer, and they were very responsive when I asked questions, I think that was put in there so that fire trucks could turn around because and I understand that. It's really dense. I know it falls within the guidelines, but I think because it's so dense, there's not a circular nature or a drive that comes into so that fire trucks can get out. So they had to sort of add that's already developed, was already landscaped. And we did ask Old Town, who we bought the lot for, said, oh no, it'll just be confined to now I know I don't have that in writing, just confined to the original triangle or square that's there. And that appendage is actually already landscaped. It's got a berm, and no reasonable person would look at that and ever think there was going to be a driveway. And if you look at that little long thing, we have a first floor primary bedroom that is right there. Those lights will shine, if a car pulls down there, will shine right into our bedroom window. And when you look at the nature of 4 parking spots there with the density of that, birthday parties, dinner there are going to be people in that parking lot all the time. And it's really just designed, I think, for a turnaround. I would like to see it redesigned. I know there's going to be townhouses there, and we welcome that, and that's fine. Where, everything's contained in the original lot, where there was some circular notion or some circular shape to that so that you wouldn't have to have that into the existing Holiday Farms landscaping and green space. And at very least, the other development just had a simple T that wouldn't encourage parking, wouldn't encourage a lot of use and a lot of light shining into those lots that are right there. It'll very affect our lot, and actually, 3 or 4 lots. So that's really our consideration. My wife Debbie and I are here tonight. We thank you for your time and your service. It just looks a little dense, and that the design is going to be pretty. I don't think anybody would ever envision when they bought that lot they'd have a lane and a parking lot in their backyard right next to their bedroom window. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. John Sauter, 11190 Hamilton Run in Zionsville. I had written a letter, so maybe you've seen it, but my concern is more, I guess, long-term, and as it relates to the comprehensive plan, hopefully Michigan Road, Willow Road interchange is somewhere in the comprehensive plan, and I'm just wondering if this development restricts what potentially could be done with that intersection to make it better. There needs to be left turn lanes on Michigan Road. There needs to be other improvements there. I'm just concerned that this limits what can be done on Michigan Road and Willow Road interchange, which is not a very safe interchange right now, and it's going to get worse with more and more traffic flowing in that area. So I guess at least I would ask for some deference until the comprehensive plan determines what potentially that interchange or that intersection will be like. Second thing, which again relates to traffic, if you look at this map, that Street A, as it comes out onto Oakmont Pass there, is right it's 75 feet from the gates, the willow gates, and that's a kind of a curve there, and then there's also a berm on the right-hand side. So the visibility of people making a right-hand turn into Holiday Farms on Oakmont Pass, and most of those people coming out, driving out from Street A are probably making a left turn to exit. I mean, that's a safety hazard right there. I think that needs to be considered. It's just the development is too dense for that area. And I think there's a school bus stop right up there at the corner of Hamilton Run and Oakmont Pass. Many other things there. But again, the visibility, once you turn in on Oakmont Pass, is bad. I think the long-term plan for Michigan Road and Willow Road needs to be considered for this. So those are my concerns. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Hi, Ashley Heck. I am at 11104 Hamilton Run, right down the street. And John did a great job covering my concerns, so I won't beat those too hard. But I have kids that are at that bus stop, and we were told by the Zionsville Department of Transportation that the bus cannot come down our cul-de-sac safely, and so that is kind of where the bus has to stop. It stops there for Pleasant View. It stops there for Zionsville Middle School. So 4 times a day, every school day, there are buses going through that intersection. We are constantly having to, if I said weekly, that probably wouldn't be overstating it, having to contact either Zionsville police officials or others within Hankey to address the concerns of traffic flow on that, on Oakmont Pass and the change to Hamilton Run. So I echo John's concerns with the traffic coming in from that as it currently stands, much less when you add 20 homes there with potentially 40 cars coming in and out daily. I also echo the issues with the dangerous intersection on Willow Road ever since we have lived there. We have had challenges trying to turn left onto Willow Road, so I echo the need for left-hand turn lanes. Would certainly be interested to know if that's in the plan. Additionally, I would just add my perspective. I actually grew up in Zionsville. I came with my family. We moved back a few years ago to Zionsville with a unique opportunity to build in Holiday Farms. I'm certainly not against development. In fact, Gradison built my house. I'm not against the development of townhomes, but this, as it's proposed, is not going to be safe for motorists. It's not going to be safe for our children who are at the bus stop, and it's not going to be safe long-term. Additionally, there were no development maps that ever had the entrance within Holiday Farms, so that would be an item of note and something to consider as well. So I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you. Would the petitioner want to respond to any of those?
Doug Kelly, 13315 Mercer Street, Carmel, Indiana. Thanks for everybody in the comments. Thanks for your late. It's really late. We're all here together. So, I've been part of Holiday Farm since day one, working for another builder, and design and sold, I would say, probably over 40 homes in the neighborhood. So, I take a vested interest in how the neighborhood overall is going to finish out. When this property was brought to my attention that was available, you know, I've known about it since day one. Day one, when I worked for, I guess, my previous builder, it was brought to them, and they decided not to do it, and they knew it was going to be townhomes and everything. So when it was brought to my attention, I took extra care. Could have brought in 32 townhomes in the neighborhood per the zoning. I decided against it. Wanted to make a little bit more of a wider home where we'll offer a lot of first floor owners' bedrooms. You know, have a little bit more diversity in that section to where we're going to suit a lot of people that may have homes in other places, come here and visit during the summertime, be able to take advantage of the beautiful amenities in Holiday Farm. So the last thing that I want to do coming in here is to change the atmosphere of Holiday Farm. So when we did this, we Took in consideration the architecture of the exterior. One of the requirements is to mimic the colonial and the Charleston architecture, which we did to a T. We basically mimicked the clubhouse that's currently in there and the guardhouse that's in there. And considering the fire turnaround lane, that was one of the comments we got from a previous meeting. One of the feedback that I did get from a client is that the original parking plan that we had at the end of the turnaround lane, actually the parking spots were facing toward the back home of the residents. So we then actually went and turned the parking spots to the opposite side. So they're actually headlights when they're parking in the parking lot would be facing Michigan Road. That's where, and there's also going to be no parking at the end of the fire lane, because obviously what's the purpose of a fire lane if there's going to be parking, cars parking in that lot there. So that's why we ended up doing that shape of the fire lane itself. I think that, considering that all the PUD requirements, I think that we met and actually exceeded, especially with the landscaping, by the landscaping plan we put together, the lighting, and obviously the density, we're at 7.6 per acre, and we were able to go up to 12. But again, I thought it was better for the neighborhood that we came in at that amount. So, any questions for me?
I live very close to this intersection, and we've come a long way. I think there was an abandoned house there not too many years ago.
Yes.
I used to get squatters in there. I would call the police when I noticed the windows open, and so happy to see the progress on the corner there. But I would like to acknowledge the traffic concerns are very real. I don't know if we have any authority to address those concerns based on what we're talking about, but I travel that intersection all the time, and often I get concerned that I'm going to have a collision. So, I would like to know what's going to happen with the intersection, but.
So, from a right-of-way perspective, we are actually continuing the 12-foot asphalt path along Michigan Road. We're turning the corner and adding a walk path from the corner again on Willow Road to the entrance of Holiday, to the entrance in Holiday Farms as well. So all of our buildings are currently, as far out of the right of way as we're able to be with the current situation. So, I think that's kind of where, with the landscaping plan, with the berm that we are going to continue to do, and with the landscaping behind it. I know that doesn't affect the traffic concern, but we are as far in as we can with the current right-of-way situation, so.
Is there, there was a mention about that triangle where the hammerhead for the fire truck turnaround is not having been originally on the plan. Is that accurate? Did the PUD show that as open space? And now it's being used for this turnaround? Or was it always meant to be developable land?
Yeah, ever since I've been part of it, it has been. It wouldn't have, and we didn't do anything differently than just purchasing the property, so, yes.
It's not.
Yes, that's always.
Yeah.
Well, you come up here. Come up and make a comment to the.
I just wanted that clarified, if it was committed as open space or developable land.
Is that the printout is that what was in the materials?
Yes, this is
Okay,
what
well,
was in the materials that
Yeah,
downloaded.
we got that.
Okay, yeah, it shows 8 parking spots and down there. But
Yeah, that's a different one than what is the latest submitted one. We
was
changed
submitted.
that one.
Right, I got
Correct.
you, but it
Yep.
was on the website. That's,
Yep.
was different.
Yeah, we changed it at after the last meeting with speaking with the fire marshal. So that's why we turned and we actually put the fire. We had a couple different renderings of the turnaround for the fire marshal, and we actually chose that one just so we actually could have the cars park opposite facing Michigan Road. So we took that in consideration.
Question for staff. I see that you have the path of the fire truck, kind of a parking, or a study to make sure that they have accessibility, or I'm sorry, that'll actually work for the fire trucks to turn around. Is a similar study been done for the entrance into this development, that lane A? That radius there just looks really tight for a big truck.
Yeah, the auto turn included the entrance into this
Okay.
particular subdivision, yeah. And to answer your previous question, the triangle area where the parking and turnaround is not noted as common, or open space in the concept plan.
Okay, great.
PUD.
When I take a look at this, like lot, or it's not lot 6, but, you know, townhome 6, that's like right up against the property line. Just, I mean, was there any consideration like to, you know, move that back a little bit so there's some?
Yeah. So do you have, can you pull up the one that actually shows the outlines of the homes on it?
I think
'Cause actually, so the way we developed this site is a fee simple site, so each townhome will have their own property. The actual setbacks for those units are actually smaller than that. So you'll see there's.
Oh, okay, okay.
So they don't,
Well,
the home
okay,
itself
I
doesn't butt
s-
up against it.
Okay, I see, now I've zoomed out and I can see the lines which represent the house.
Yes, that's confusing if
Okay,
you
I
don't see
got you,
it. Yep.
all right. So that's the lot.
Correct, yeah. So we
Yeah.
have specific homes already designed for each specific home site on this section here, so.
So they're gonna be probably what, that corner will be like 10 to 12 feet from the property line?
Correct,
probably.
yeah.
Okay.
So those are 32-foot wide units, and so the end units on those 4-unit buildings will be first floor owners' bedrooms. The interior units, I mean, these are going to be high-end luxury attached homes, so we're not, you know, they're going to have very similar features on the exterior, all 4 sides brick, like you saw in the rendering. That's going to be all 4 sides, so we're wrapping around the entire home.
Okay.
Is this condominium, like the?
It's going to be a fee simple ownership, so we're going to put together a plan for whoever purchases in there for maintenance purposes, to where so all the lawns get, we're going to make it part of the neighborhood.
Okay.
So.
Just thinking your mowing crews, we're not going to be able to go from some of these common areas
Correct,
to
yeah.
others if you don't have some kind of an easement there or something.
Yeah, so we'll have.
If it's common ownership.
Yeah,
then-
we'll make that part of the package in there. 'Cause we foresee some of them not being there full-time. I mean, frankly, some people will be there. We've gotten quite a few calls already about it, so.
How do you feel about the comment that was brought up as far as the headlights, you know, pointing into homes coming down this first lane? Do you
Yeah.
see that as a?
Well, I mean, we're gonna have the berm continuing down with the walking path, with landscaping all around there, so, you know, if we foresee it as a problem, I mean, I won't have any issues of adding something in there to help alleviate that, so.
What about like between lot 24 on Hamilton, whatever that is? The corner of Oakmont and Hamilton. That's the one where the lot 6,
Touches, yeah.
it would appear to touch the lot line. Is there gonna be any, like, landscaping and stuff in between those?
Correct, yes, there's trees there, and again, you know, sometimes these landscaping plans could be, you know, they look a lot bigger than they do on paper, so I think it's one of those where we put it in there, we can take that in consideration as well.
Okay,
I mean,
now,
if we need
okay.
to add pine trees or something.
All right, I see, all right, I got it now. I did not see the,
Do we have a landscaping plan here?
I'm
Yeah.
not sure the landscaping plan we're looking at is up to date.
Oh, there it is.
That one is there on the screen there.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Sitting here trying to
I have
figure this
landscaping
out.
plan done,
Okay.
then we changed the
It's
fire that we
page
had to
15
have
and
it
20,
redone
it
again.
looks like.
Yeah, I didn't get that far, I guess. I missed that one. Good.
Yeah, all the way down the sidewalk, so that should help.
And then the parking up top has got additional landscaping on it as well, so, okay.
Somehow I
well, that
missed
is the old, that doesn't have the turnaround or whatever you want to call
Yes,
it up on
the one
on the top
on
there,
the
yeah.
tablet.
The landscaping one, yeah. All right,
Yeah, the one on the screen does show that, though.
okay. Okay, yeah.
Is that the only changes between what we're looking at here and on the screen here?
For the landscaping plan, I think
Okay.
everything else was submitted in time.
Come on up.
Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity. Like I said, we're the N26, so we're the one, the lot that's got the turnaround with the lane coming right up to our lot line.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to ask
I mean,
about.
my simple question, and I'm not against the development at all, you know, if you look at the Gratis one, it's just a simple T, and that doesn't, but if you've got 4 parking, you're encouraging traffic. And then there's a big area in back of that where a car could park, you know, they come to a birthday party or something that isn't the fire lane. I mean, it would be, for my wife and I think, it would be much less objectionable if that was like the gratis, where you just simply had a T where the fire trucks could turn around, because then you don't encourage, you got 4 parking spots down there. People are going to be using them in traffic. And like I said, those, and then even as they're pulling out, their lights are going to come right into our, I mean, you back out of one of those parking spots, those headlights are coming right into our bedroom window on the main floor there. So that's the only question that I really have. So thank you.
I mean, I'm assuming that's going to be marked fire lane or something like that, so no
Yeah,
parking.
well, the sign is there for no parking,
Yeah.
so.
Okay. Name again, yeah.
One last quick comment,
State your
which,
name, state your name real quick again.
yeah, John Souter. I mean, I heard how nice the property's gonna look and whatever, and I have no doubts about that, but I never heard any comments about the traffic issues. I know Michigan Road, Willow Road is beyond the developer's control, that's a bigger issue, but the just 75 feet when you're turning right or left into there, and that Street A coming out where people making left turn, I think is a major problem.
75 feet is the minimum requirement, correct? So it's actually the code, so. I mean, the berm.
We don't have jurisdiction over
There
that.
is it is a code, but on the right-hand side of Oakmont Pass going down, there's a berm with evergreens and other trees there, so you're not gonna be able to see anything coming out on Street A.
Any other questions, comments?
Can we include as our motion that site visibility or vehicular visibility at that intersection be affirmed by staff?
I will say that this project was reviewed during TAC by our engineering department, so.
Okay.
If you look at the landscape plan, if you go down to that area, I see where he's talking about putting trees, but they look like they're a good, 10, 15 feet off of the street. So I don't know if there's going to be visibility blocked.
Yeah, as long as, yeah, if they've got the information to make sure that it's safe to
Yeah.
turn in and out.
Yeah.
I would be concerned about that as well, but
Yeah.
if you guys covered it.
All right, anything else? Would somebody like to make a motion on this one?
I move that docket 2025-09-DP Development Plan for Holiday Farms Block 1 Townhomes be approved, subject to the staff finding of facts.
Second.
Further discussion? Mike, would you please take roll?
Josh Fedor,
Aye.
Jim Hurst,
Aye.
David Franz,
Aye.
Kendrick Davis,
Aye.
Andrew Cossack,
Aye.
Brad Johnson,
Aye.
Nick Plopper.
Aye.
That's all.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it.
Okay, we've got other matters to be considered. Let's take a real quick one first. Mike, why don't you talk about the transcription of minutes real quick?
On a monthly basis, we are under contract with BG Transcription to prepare transcribed minutes of each meeting. The cost is last month's cost was about.
Tonight would be expensive.
Yes, this would be expensive. This is like, last month was like $800 or so just for Plan Commission, another $300 from PZA. So it's expensive, and which is okay if you find value. If you appreciate getting those transcribed minutes. Dan Taylor, our attorney, I asked him if his other clients do this, and he said no. They generally don't use transcribed minutes. If we do face a lawsuit or there's some reason where we need transcription, then on a case-by-case basis, we have access to the recorded meetings, and we can get a transcription as needed. So I want to ask you, if there's no problem, it's in budget, we can continue to do transcription, but it would save the town, a considerable amount of money if we weren't doing that.
And so the minutes you would provide to us are going to be a summarized
Yes,
set?
yes, they would be, yeah.
And these will be all recorded on YouTube.
They'll be, yeah.
These meetings, yeah, as they are now.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll give you a summary of the meeting.
I personally don't find them helpful to be transcribed. I mean, it's hard to get through 50, 60 pages of.
80 tonight.
Yeah, exactly. I would rather it be a summary.
81 now.
Yeah.
All right, so would that take a motion to?
Yes, please.
Okay, so is there a motion to terminate the use of transcription for the meetings?
So moved. Second.
All in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed by nay? All right.
Isn't there an AI tool that does it for a lot less expensive?
Actually, $5.
All right, let's go, let's talk about the zoning ordinance updates. Owen, you want to talk about those? I mean, let's talk about the
still
energy
awake?
ones. That's the ones that you.
Great tie.
I just want to summarize really briefly before you start, Owen, that the purpose of this conversation is to see whether you are ready and willing to advertise these ordinance for next month's plan commission meeting.
Well, yeah, and we can talk about that in a minute, so.
Okay.
I think Owen needs to do it at the podium with that nice tie so we get it on record.
Hey, I have no problems with that, but my
Well,
the laptop's
it-
here,
it
though.
flips over to him. The video goes to him, so he's.
No, yes, please throw up the computer on the screen. I know you guys want to start talking about solar and wind.
Hey, next month is gonna be busy also, so let's just
Yep.
knock it out. We're here.
So ordinance amendments, I know that we've talked to all of the town council members one-on-one. We have talked to all of you one-on-one. We've gotten and compiled all comments. We have updated it for all those comments. In your guys' packets was the latest and cleanest version of those red lines. Obviously, sans red lines at this point, but I guess I don't really know where to start other than, do you just want to start going through the memo, or?
Well, touch the highlights. I mean, you can talk about,
Okay.
what we're trying to accomplish.
What we're trying to accomplish is, so right now, if a solar or wind provider or a battery energy storage system provider were to come into town, our current process would take them through the BZA, which would not take it through you guys. It would not take it through final decision through town council. We would have another Brickyard Solar, because that is exactly the process that was taken for Brickyard Solar. That is not the best route. What we are proposing with this ordinance in specific to solar, wind, and battery energy storage systems is to tighten up those regulations, to formalize that process, to as opposed to going through BZA, it would be a plan commission action. It would be a plan commission action to rezone the property into a specific category that allows for these types of uses. So it would have to go through you guys to get a for or against or neutral to suggestion to or recommendation to the town council, and it would ultimately be on town council then to affirm the rezoning. Obviously, we have standards. We have very stringent standards. They are much more stringent than the current state standards for solar and wind. The current regulations that we have for battery energy storage systems are more of a redirect to what is currently, was most recently approved in, I think, 2024 for fire suppression for battery energy storage systems. It does not add an additional layer. However, it does require that battery energy storage systems do go through the same rezoning process. So again, it is a tightening of those regulations. It would not be a BZA action. It would be a formal plan commission rezone action, and that would go ultimately to town council to be affirmed. That's probably the most high-level macro for our first one. The other two, amendments that we're proposing are accessory dwelling units. High level, we are trying to allow for for lack of a better term, a mother-in-law suite.
for a by right use within all of our single-family dwelling units or zoned properties, so as to allow for, you know, if you have your son or daughter that come home and you know, they want to have an apartment close but not too close. But we are allowing that through either a 250 square foot versus up to an 850 square foot. We wanted to be very selective. We wanted to make this an ancillary use, but not allow for an actual like BZA action, which is 2 primaries on 1 parcel, which would be like 2 full-size homes. That's not really the spirit nor intent of what we're trying to do with this. So it's a very thoughtful, very concerted effort to allow for that as a by right, but allow for it in a very contained area. Within the document itself, there are graphic representations, because I know that there were some concerns from town council members as well as some plan commission members as far as, well, what can you do with 250 square foot? Well, there is a graphic representation as far as what you can cram in that, and you can cram a lot. So that's another proposal. Also, there is the agro-tourism. We are defining it. We are allowing it for a by right use. Also, we are allowing for an agribusiness type 2 use, which is a little bit more intense. That would also, again, formalize that process to take individuals through, I believe it's BZA for a special exception to allow for those more intense agribusiness uses. However, we are also formalizing that you can have those agribusiness uses up to a certain intensity as a by right. And then obviously the tightening up of the zoning code enforcement standards. That's pretty. All we are doing is replicating what other cities and towns have done, which is if we get into litigation, whoever won the litigation would then be culpable for all fees, fines, lawyer fees, etc. So that's just tightening up real tight of our penalties. And other than that, that's kind of like the 30,000 foot flyover.
So the step would be, public hearing. Mike, in our pre-meeting, I think it was recommended that we probably break these up because there's potential to have some significant conversations as we go through them.
Right, there's a council member who expressed some concern that with solar, wind, battery, agritourism, in particular, those could generate a lot of interest and standing room only in a public meeting. So you might consider breaking up, these ordinances into pieces, if you will, just to manage the process, and so that the council also is not inundated with a lot of separate ordinances.
So I saw the next month's current agenda. I'm just wondering if we want to start it next month or wait and see what the month of May would bring.
See what May brings.
So.
Whatever you guys would like to do. Staff would suggest, though, that we keep the solar, wind, and battery energy storage systems together, just because those are all required. The process for those is tied together.
I think the agribusiness hobby farm segment is going to take a lot because I've got a lot of questions. So I would recommend, well, I'm going to. Well, I would say it wouldn't be a bad idea to try to do that separated on a second night or.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it would be 2 nights. So let's see what May brings before we open any of these things up or work on those.
We make a request for additional changes, like to nursing home parking minimum standards. Seriously, I mean, it would be good to just take a look at the list of uses.
We have 2 or 3 pages of other code amendments that are in line, so we can add it to the list.
Now's the time to clean things.
Speaking of that, there's also the development plan review thing that's on the agenda tonight, that we really want to get heard as well.
Yeah, and I don't know if that one's going to be as.
We throw it on next month. I mean, I'm kind of a rip off the Band-Aid guy. Just get it done.
I'd rather do that one. If we wanted to do one next month, I'd go with that one. So. And that's just really defining what staff can handle and what we have to deal with on
Right,
development
yeah.
plans.
You've seen it a couple of times, just the only thing I changed is I kept the public hearing part in the projects that come to you guys. And then I changed a couple of things to reflect, well, we removed the waiver option. So if you don't want to do Zionsville architecture, you go to the BZA and get a variance. And then there are a couple of kind of technical things in the findings portion. Our findings, one of them is that you meet the Town of Zionsville zoning ordinance. Well, if you're a PUD, you don't meet the Town of Zionsville, so it reflects that. And then there's also a finding that you meet the subdivision control ordinance, which doesn't match with DPR. So I took that out as well. So that's all.
And to just kind of further put a fine point on it, I'm pretty sure there's a couple of petitions that were on tonight that would not have hit you guys if we had had these rules. So it would have been
To do
a,
that one next month, and then it's easier to do the other ones in
Well,
May.
for the public, believe it or not.
Smaller projects,
We
yes.
actually, every development plan comes before the plan commission. There's a lot of them which are ministerial in nature that the staff can handle because they, I mean, technically, they've got to be approved because they meet the, but even though we could do that, we're still going to set criteria that anything of significance is coming to the plan commission, give everybody the opportunity to speak about it. So,
So you said there would have been one tonight, for example?
Probably
the first
three.
The first three you did, that you took out of order, all of those normally would go straight to staff, and you wouldn't have to be involved.
Just for clarification.
But, yeah, the bigger ones, yeah, you definitely want to hang on to those.
in some jurisdictions, like the two townhome ones, they would have been approved by staff. But we would still bring those to the plan commission. So,
proposed criteria, yes.
right,
Yeah.
so. All right, so we'll do that one next month. What else is on here? Is there one more thing?
We have training, but I thought we're all tired, maybe it's not a good time for training, so.
That's a great idea.
Okay, so,
Good call, Mike.
thank you.
Good call.
All right. So, any other items? If not, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Aye.
All in favor? Aye.
I got a half hour to get my green beer in.